Afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to Double Session Friday here at the MODUS Super Series. By the end of proceedings, we'll know the full six-player lineup that's going to contest tomorrow night's final. We've got some big hitters in various tours in action this afternoon. This is what we've got coming up in terms of Group C. Victor Tinstrom is looking for a strong end to the week. One win on Thursday realistically means he needs to complete the card today. Connor Hopkins on 2 from 5. The Welshman has learnt a lot from his Super Series experience this week. Tommy Morris won his first 2, but a slow end to the day saw him end on 6 points. Rene Idans improved on his Group A efforts, looking for a second weekly title. He's well in the mix on 6. Cam Crabtree lost his first 2 matches, but then finished the day with some superb displays to put him well in that mix. But it is Mould with the stranglehold at the top of the table. He's a step closer to the second weekly crown of the year. And with me up here on the balcony, look ahead to all the action. It's Mace the Ace himself, Chris Mason. It feels like 5 minutes ago since we last saw each other.
It pretty much was, wasn't it? Well, it certainly feels that way.
It was an interesting Group B, wasn't it, last night? Jim McEwen, well, he kind of started where he left off at the World Seniors last month.
Yeah, he was solid enough, wasn't he? I don't think he'll be particularly enamoured with the way he played, but overall, job done.
Yeah, job done for Jim McEwen. He is top of the pile as far as Group B is concerned. But let's have a look at Group C, because that's our centre of attention this afternoon. We're halfway through that particular group. This is how the table occupies itself. 4 co-leaders, all on 6 points. Adam Mould at the top of that pile. Yeah,
it was a great session yesterday. It was very much a session of 2 halves for Cam Crabtree, who started off statistically well enough with an 89 and a 92, but lost both of his opening games before getting it all together, which included a fabulous 105 average. I think that the happiest man in there will probably be Rene Idams, who was a bit of a surprise package with how he played in Group A. Tommy Morris will also be relieved to be on 6 points, picking up 3 wins, because he was nowhere near his best yesterday.
That was a huge level of improvement, wasn't it, from Rene Idams compared to what we saw in Group A?
Yeah, and he just stuck in there. He looked different, didn't he? He was grafting away, trying to get every ounce out of him which he had in him, and yeah, he's in a good position, as are the other 3 lads on 6 points.
So with 4 players all tied in the same amount of points. Let's see what the odds compilers say in terms of the betting this afternoon. Perhaps not a surprise because of his Challenge Tour form. Number 3 in that particular order, merit, Cam Crabtree, heads the market at 6-4. And look, when he got going towards the latter end of yesterday, he looked pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, he started off yesterday at 6-4, and he's still 6-4 today, so they're not quite sure on Cam Crabtree, but if he continues from where he left off in the middle matches, because he wasn't very good in the final match, averaged 81 and incredibly got a win with that, but as I mentioned, lost with an 89 and a 92. Tommy at 3-1. Adam Mould, who's top of the table currently, at 10-3, which is quite interesting.
If you're Tommy Morris, how are you assessing yesterday?
Probably with relief. He didn't play well at all, did he? He was below par, below what we expected, but ultimately picked up the necessary points. Just 1 defeat, so maybe 3 wins today will be just about enough for him. So if he can replicate yesterday, he'll be there or thereabouts.
Be interested to see how that plays out. Let's see what the bet builders saying this afternoon. This is what you're putting on at home. It's a 5-1 treble accumulator. It begins with the player 180 markers with Cam Crabtree, and then the match winner market in terms of Rene Idams against Victor Tinstrom, and the handicap market, Adam Mould against Connor Hopkins.
Yeah, I like the top one. Crabtree over 0.518 is against Morris. Again, I expect Morris to stretch Cam in that match. Tinstrom against Idams. Idams to win at evens. Yep, I'd like that one as well. Hopkins against Mould. Adam Mould minus 1.5 at evens. I think that's a good little treble for a change.
Hold on. I'm just going to quickly pinch myself here, because Chris Mason has agreed with a bet builder for a change. Right, let's get into this afternoon's action then, shall we? Because two of the players tied on 6 points at the top of the table go toe-to-toe. Rennie Idams, who we've seen all week here at the Super Series, a former weekly winner in the previous phase, takes on Cam Crabtree. That's one of the few missions that he's yet to conquer so far in 2023. Challenge Tour winner so far this year and had a very strong end to yesterday afternoon's session. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with Cam to get his assessment of yesterday's session. Cam, day two, fair to say the first day was a day of two halves for you.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to settle in. Victor and Connor both played really good games, but once I kind of got into the flow of it, I had a couple of nice checkouts against Adam, played well against Tommy, and then against Renee, it was a big game because if he wins, he goes clear of the group, and if I don't win, then I'm not in the best position for today. So it was an important one. Didn't play my best, but I got 2 points, and that's all that really matters.
You got your wins after that little gap just after 3 o'clock. What were you saying to yourself in that intervening period beforehand?
Well, I knew that if I didn't beat Adam, then I was probably out, and I thought, how can you be out? You've not really even started. So I kind of, took myself off a bit, had a word, got myself feeling comfortable and confident again, and forgot about the previous 2 games, just straight into that one.
And in that game, 3-ton plus checkouts, what did you draw upon in that game particularly?
I just tried to focus as much as I could. In the previous games, where I hadn't settled in, I didn't feel as comfortable as I could have. And then when things don't go your way, you think, like, why me, sort of thing. But against Adam, I thought there's no time for excuses or anything like that. I need to get the job done.
Do you feel there's a different type of pressure on you this time around, considering the year you've had on the Challenge Tour and Development Tour?
Yeah, of course. People expect of you, which is, I'm only young, I've not been playing for that long, so it's something I have to learn to deal with. But it's a reward in a sense, because the fact that people expect me to do something means I'm doing the right things. So if I can keep doing that, then, that's great.
Well, I wish you well today. Cam, good luck.
Thank you, mate.
White head on young shoulders there. Cam Crabtree in action first up against Rennie Idams. This was the last game of yesterday's session, and this was quite the affair for sure. Right, both players on 6 points. The victor will move top of the table temporarily, and in the commentary box for all the action this afternoon, alongside Chris Mason, it's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson.
It is a very good afternoon, Henry. Welcome everybody to some darting drama here on Friday with 2 sessions just like yesterday, but very different to yesterday. People will leave us after today. Cam Crabtree very eloquently put in that interview that if he didn't book his ideas up in the middle of yesterday's session, he could be leaving us before Saturday. But Rennie Idams has done a very good job of putting himself in the mix here at the start of Group C. But now, as all players have 5 games left in this group, it's time to hit the gas, because only 2 will prevail and 4 will go into the Portsmouth night at around about 6 o'clock. It's been a very down week for Rennie, but yesterday was a lot more up.
First leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Can he get a redemption win against Crabtree? Because yesterday, Chris Mason, this game was arguably the most interesting game, with inverted commas.
Yes, it was a strange one when you
55.
consider the start to the day Cam had with, as I mentioned upstairs with Henry, averages of
60.
92-68 and 89-87. He was beaten in both, yet wins the final game of the day with an 81-91. But yeah, it looked to be getting a little bit spicy, but directly after the game, they were both
60.
chatting on stage, amicably enough. So there was no afters, which is always good to see.
Was it more to do with the fact that the
85.
game had a great deal of significance on it?
Yeah, I think so, and a great deal of missed doubles early on, which began to frustrate
96.
Crabtree.
He's got a very important few weeks coming up, as Cameron.
57.
And he said in that interview with Henry that he's only 20 years of age. He's still got things to learn. I love his attitude. He's so realistic.
59.
There are people even younger than he is who think that they've made it when they haven't. Cameron's just so on the ball,
100.
knowing exactly where he is, knows where his opportunities lie, and he's very realistic about what will happen either way. And he is solely
26.
focused
Can we require
on making Saturday.
120?
Nothing more. That's his only mission today.
Yeah, and that's a good plan, is just get in Saturday and then worry about it when you're there. Yeah, he's going to have to try and...
100.
Oh, wow. Now, from that angle, well, you can see just there how below horizontal the darts are. That was a miraculous start.
60.
He threw some really good
Can we
shots
require
yesterday,
20?
but that really was a special shot. Double 5. Didn't get off to a great start yesterday,
Game shot on the
but he
Thursday.
does today. I know it's only a
Cam
21
Crabtree.
darter, but getting your first leg before anybody else, that will feel quite nice. And I
We're
think
gonna
he'll
get
be
Renee to throw
happy
first.
playing in the very first game today, considering how much these players are bunched up in this Group C scenario. 4 players on 6 points.
140.
And we could easily go for 2 of the people on 6 points, but we can't,
60.
at this time, forget about Hopkins and Tingstrom. They're going to have a perfect day, though.
Yeah. I mean, the way the day started, we certainly didn't anticipate prior or post
85.
match 6 that we were going to end up with 4 on 6. We certainly expected 1, maybe
56.
2 players to break away from the field, but we're still none the wiser on who's going to qualify.
That's nice darts from Idams.
180.
Lovely control.
That's what he needs as well, because the amount of times this week he has fallen short of his
100.
target.
They require 96.
He's learned an awful lot about where he stands with his game at the minute over the last 4.5 days.
56.
Because in that 4.5 days, I'm including the practice that he's had today already.
Yeah, players were arriving around 10:30 this morning in preparation
135. And they require 40.
for this afternoon's action.
Double 10 for Renier.
Game shot
Doesn't
the
give Cam a
second
free
leg.
hit on 150.
Renee Idams.
Very well closed out for a 15 dart leg there for the cube.
Well, it's Cam
very
to
nice
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
His stats for the week, 81.42 for the 4 days he's played. Curiously,
137.
he played better yesterday, got more points, but his daily average was only 82.06. And you might ask yourself, well, why
63.
did he get more games yesterday then? It's very simple. His doubles were better. 17 hits from 50 attempts
57.
for 34%. For the first time this week, he's found himself at that kind of range that is more threatening than, say, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, where his doubling statistics were all
140.
below par. Coincidentally, Rennie Idams yesterday had the same amount of darts
140.
at double as Tommy Morris and hit 4 more, but still wound up with the same points.
50. Can you record 167?
Doesn't matter how you get there, just as long as you get there.
And I've got more evidence about that in leg number 4.
45.
We were talking about it last night, and it's almost like our chairs were going round and round and round because we felt dizzy about it. We talk a lot about doubles percentages and averages and things like that, but ultimately
60.
we have to talk
And
about
we require
points first. And
122.
points are what they're after in this first game here.
Points make prizes.
62.
This could be the closest leg of the contest so far, depending on what Rene does right now.
57.
I
And
don't
it
like that
requires
play at all.
60.
I don't like the 1-3-1 worst case scenario.
No.
Does find the
Game shot on
double
the
10.
third leg.
Rene
Cam
wasn't really
Crabtree.
in with a shout of winning that third leg with that troubleless visit in his previous turn, but this is what we
Well,
spoke about
Renee to
yesterday.
throw first.
We've got Crabtree, Mould, Idams, and Morris all on 6 points.
99.
And there's only 7 legs between them in the leg difference from top to bottom. So they're all tightly packed. But then you've got Crabtree for the day averaging 93.62,
57.
which is elite level stuff here at the Super Series. And just to emphasize that point once more, he's got 36% on doubles, which was the best of anybody yesterday. And you're thinking,
95.
well, why isn't he further ahead? Well, I agree. Because the other 3 people on 6 points all averaged 82 and a bit, 82 and a bit, and 82. He was more than 11 points ahead.
Yeah, it was bizarre. He walked in to Victor's best performance of the week for me in
56.
or against someone who was producing as Cam was. 96.59, 4 out of 7 on the doubles and a 1-2-6 finish.
140.
Connor was very good on throw against him, wasn't he? Averaged 84 and change. 40% on the doubles, couple of 180s.
Can we require 170?
And he did have chances in that Connor Hopkins game.
Does he fancy it?
133.
But that spell, Nico, where he averaged 105, he was irresistible.
Absolutely. And I think that's the key to his daily numbers. He found a higher level when he won games than other people did.
37.
This game is very much in the balance. If Cam messes up 27 more, double 12, this would be very big. It's been messy so far to get to double 12, but it doesn't matter if he hits it.
13. Rene requires 32.
The cube hanging on to the edge of this game. Double 8 needed for 2-2.
16.
Thought he was
Can
in
we
there
require
for a moment,
24?
Paul.
You almost made the other dart disappear.
Game
It's a
shot on the
magician.
4 flag.
So is Cam.
Crabtree.
He's just made the leg disappear. This is a very different beginning to the day for Cam so far. And look at
It's
him.
Cam to throw first.
This is interesting
Game
to me because he was doing that in full view of his opponent.
Yeah, is he saying have that one on the jaw? Or is he trying to wake himself up?
86.
I think Cam understands just how difficult it's going to be to get through this group today. He knows that he's playing
58.
himself because he plays at a higher level than anybody else.
Yeah.
Of that, there is no doubt. He is the favourite for this group because of that. However, if he turns up, he gets through.
45.
If he doesn't, he's going to have to work really hard just to squeak through. But then if other people turn up, he might not.
Yeah, he won't want to put himself
134.
in the predicament he had yesterday because for half of the day, really, he was at
90.
the foot of the table, wasn't he? He couldn't get going at all in terms of the results.
137.
Good response here from Renier, who starts the day on +2 in leg difference. Only 1 behind Cam.
45.
But when these people play each other, the leg difference is going to change for both parties. But by how much?
41.
You've got 2 players on the same points. Only one can get the 2 and go 2 ahead. But then we start talking about the difference in the legs. And the wider the margin of victory,
130.
the more dominant the winner will feel. He's left 131 again. It's not a number you
59.
want to leave.
No.
We require 105.
No, 130, 132, 135 are all better in that range. But he's not been
57.
punished. But the 72's
Rene
got to
requires
go.
72.
1 hit from 6 attempts at double so far. That ratio must improve. And it must improve immediately.
32.
That could be Nico.
Can we
Just
require
about that.
48?
And this is a good result for Crabtree if he can convert because of the leg difference.
8.
But he doesn't complete it.
He's not completed the cube. Not many did they?
That's a very difficult show,
And they
wasn't it?
require 40.
I think you'd have been good at that because there was a lot of really precise elements to it, especially throwing elements. Double 5. Last chance saloon for Rene.
No score.
And he threw it too quickly,
Cam, you
giving
require
Cam 3 more
40.
darts to complete this game. It's not about the average, it's about the points. And the points he
Shot
gets.
on the match.
See the leg
Cam
difference in that
Crabtree.
game? It's going to be a swing of 6 because Cam goes up by 3. Rene now goes down by 3, albeit with the two being separated by only 2 points at this stage. It was a bit of a scruffy start, but Cam won't care because he wins the first game of the day by 4 legs to 1.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. Well, the opening match following the script with Crabtree winning 4-1 against Edams. Up next, the other 2 of the 4 that started the day joint top on 6 points. Very much like our opening game with the other 2 who were on 6. Who's going to join Crabtree on 8 and get a bit of an early jump on the field? Well, yesterday it went the way of Adam, didn't
First leg,
it?
it's
4-0.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
And that was drastically his best performance of the day.
Yes, it was 64 darts in total, winning 4-0.
140.
And Tommy, it was a real off-colour performance for him.
40.
And if he continues how he played yesterday, I think he's in a spot of bother today, Nico.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think he's got to lift his level by about 4 or 5 points at least.
25.
And Mould at times was not playing his best stuff, but he was fairly plucky in his
80.
first 3 matches.
Yeah, he was effective like Tommy, wasn't he?
And he was given the treatment by Cam Crabtree in game 8. But I think in a funny sort of way, it actually fired him up.
140.
Because by the end of play, he was playing his best stuff against Tommy.
Yeah, 93, 94 average, couple of 180s.
55. Adam, you require
Good
96.
finishing, 4 from 9. His all-round game was very tidy. And well, this is for an 11 darter.
Game shot on the first
It is an
leg.
11 darter.
Adam Mould.
140, 125, 140, 96 in 2. Have some of that.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
Yeah, and sometimes you just can't predict
80.
form. If you're out of form a week or so coming into this, it is what it is, and maybe Tommy's just having a bit of a dip in form.
57.
That's something you've just got to handle.
Yeah.
Play through,
Yep.
make right decisions to get through it.
140.
I'm always a big fan of not shying away from it. Just play through it and learn of what you were.
84.
If you play through it, you sometimes can pick up on why.
45.
You get that moment where you think, hang on,
Yeah.
if I'm doing that right, and then you start practicing with that in mind, it could spark something into life.
Yeah, it's like a light bulb
95.
moment, isn't it?
I like a good light bulb moment.
Well, the final
60.
European Tour 13, aptly starting on Friday the 13th, is underway in Germany. We will keep you up to speed with all the results. Very much like a darts soccer Saturday on a Friday.
23.
Boris Krujmar has defeated Ryan Joyce 6-4. Lukeman got the better of Rasma. Only just
100.
6-5. And Scott Waits and George
142.
Killington. Bit of Desmond 2-2.
We're looking for 1-1 here from Tommy.
47. Tommy requires
Adam, not as good as the
76.
first leg, but then again, that first leg was the best we've seen this week. 8 for Tommy.
Game shown the second
That is
leg.
very tidy.
Tommy
Exactly
Morris.
what he needs. And here is the exact thing that I was talking about in that first match.
Well,
The
look, it's Adam
difference
to
in
throw
averages,
first.
it's only 2 legs, but it just goes to show, doesn't it? It's not about the averages, it's about the scoreline. And ultimately, it's about the points. The averages are
100.
just a guide.
Yeah, they give us an indication of each player's
140.
current level of play and form, really, when we get a big enough sample to look at. And a day is a big enough sample, when whether it be 5
60.
matches or the 4 in Group B, just gives us a bit of insight.
We will dig into those numbers in great detail ahead of
140.
tomorrow's finals, which already involved Jim Long. Did actually do his numbers yesterday, and they were just
57.
classic Jim. 38% on doubles, which is excellent. And of course, he averaged 88 for the week.
140.
it's just what he does.
Yeah, that's his numbers. But although we say averages, that level of play
81.
you wouldn't think would be a high enough level to navigate
49.
through a finals night.
I wouldn't be confident with an 88.
No. You would think he's going to have to produce some bigger numbers, which we did see from him, but they were
101. Tommy requires
Well,
32.
not frequent enough.
8 again for Tommy, but this time for a break of throat. That looks like a really good guide to me.
Yeah, just to slide it down the side.
Game shown the
Exactly
third
what he
leg.
did. He went
Tommy
for the
Morris.
gap in between the two, and that's what he focused on.
That's like what they say
Well,
on the
it's Tommy to
tube
throw
in
first.
London.
Game.
Mind the gap.
That's exactly what he did.
There may be a few sinister voices coming from the commentary box today because it is Friday the 13th. I've even had a tweet from our friend Kevin Painter this morning saying that tonight he's going to watch the
139.
original Friday the 13th and have a proper horror night.
180.
This is anything but a horror show so far, as Tommy starts to kick on. And Adam, after that 11 darter, hasn't played
100.
that badly, but Tommy has been woken up.
60.
Right on cue, Nico.
I wonder what route he's going to use for the 1-3-4.
Well, if his opponent's on a finish, 54 top stops for me.
He's got 196 with 1 dart left, and I think he was very
123.
intelligent there, going for the
134.
guide as opposed to a 60 up top. And now Mulder's surely got to go for the
94.
19s again.
And a miracle 139.
I like this shot, 57 ball 32. I know I should go 42, but I've hit that 139 a few times, and I've always done it
59.
the same way.
Tommy require 40.
Old habits die hard. It should, of course, be 57.42 tops. Although we've seen it this week, haven't we? 60 treble 13 and tops.
Game shot on the
We
fourth
now have a
leg.
3-1
Tommy
lead for Morris. And if he breaks again and we get another 4-1, that will be our 10th
Fifth leg, it's Adam
4-1
to throw
scoreline
first.
in
Game
this
on.
group out of 17 games. That's abnormal.
It's got to be a record.
57.
It's not over yet, though. Tommy just looking for a little bit of get back after yesterday's drubbing.
140.
And in fact, that was the only 4-0 victory yesterday, Adam, against Tommy.
Yep.
95.
Well, as expected, the averages had to close
60.
together. The moment 97 now for Adam. And Tommy has got his up to,
134.
prior to that previous visit, 94.
Yeah, he didn't break 90 yesterday. There were only 3, I believe, that broke 90 yesterday.
Yeah, if you told me that
140.
a player is not going to breach a 90 average but pick up 6 points in this group, I would question your sanity.
I've been questioning my sanity for about 2 decades.
161.
How small can he leave this?
85.
That last start could
Tommy
tell
require
a
115.
very bold story. If Mould doesn't take the 115, Morris should get a match dart at least.
63. Tommy
We
requires
could have another
76.
shift in the leg difference here. Morris currently at all square, Mould at +7.
Could have another full one.
Huge dart for the group, this. This will bunch everything up again.
36.
That had a
Tommy
look on the way
requires
through,
52.
didn't it?
When that left his hand, he'd have thought, that's in.
Is this?
42.
Because it isn't,
Tommy
Morris
require
should
40.
win this game now. And he should join Crabtree on 8 points. He does join Cam Crabtree on 8 points.
Tommy Morris.
The leg difference changes as well as Morris goes to +3 and Mould goes from top of the table down to 3rd in the space of 2 games played here on Friday. A very good match, as you can see from the averages, and the person with the least average actually wins by 3 legs. Let's have a little look at Victor Tingstrom and Connor Hopkins next. If someone loses that match, they're going to be toast. Welcome back, everybody. And now you've got a very Welsh-looking player today in Connor Hopkins wearing his proudest shirt, we believe, up against the camouflaged Victor Tingstrom.
I can't see him.
We can see you. Well tried, but we can see you. Well, how many Friday the 13th jokes are we going to get for Mr. Hopkins today? Ooh. Watch how you go, Connor. But Victor Tingstrom, of course, on 2 points in the table, has got an awful lot of work to do today if he wants to make Saturday night alongside Jim Long. As far as Connor Hopkins is concerned, if he can do the double over this man right here, he'll be in the mix for the first time this week.
Victor to throw first.
Yeah,
Game on.
absolutely. Well, the tie yesterday wasn't a particularly pretty one, but
59.
Connor got the better of Victor, who was the 4-7 favourite to win that match. Connor was 5-4. Connor winning 4-1.
15.
Averaged 81.65, but that wasn't why it was an impressive display. He hit 4 out of his 6
85.
darts at double. In some ways, that was one of his best performances of the week. In a week where he came here to grab experience, to see
58.
where his game is at right now as an 18-year-old. And I think the way he's conducted himself has been really, really good. And
60.
Yes, yeah, ultimately, body language, his personality, his application, all very admirable for a very young man.
And he's
18.
58.
he's got a little bit of individuality as well because of some of his routes for shots. Some of them we agree with, some of them we don't, but he's obviously got a game plan.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to shots, it's
140.
the mathematical element to a lot of them, and in the percentage in play, what suits one person doesn't necessarily make them
55.
mathematically right.
You reckon 157.
Like I say, just because the route I go,
121.
or my preference on a route, doesn't necessarily make that the right route. And ultimately, a game's full of very tiny margins, and those small errors or
30.
the advantage of
36.
going the right way could be the difference sometimes in winning and losing a
Game
match.
shot on the first leg.
We are starting
Victor
to see already
Tingstrom.
in this first game what we saw from Victor Tingstrom in his first game yesterday when he beat Cam Crabtree.
Second against Connor to
That
throw
was his
first.
best
Game
winning
on.
performance of the week. He did have a better average earlier in the week than yesterday's 96.59, but he lost that match against
25.
Jim Long.
And speaking of Jim Long, a friend of Jim Long's has supplied us with
96.
a fabulous piece of literature written by himself, Charles Felver. Many thanks for that. We are going to, myself, Nico
58.
and Chris Murphy are going to sort of take you through this book at some stage, and it basically is, I mean, it goes back to
58.
2002, Nico, and it's basically the mathematically right way to go for shots out, and why.
25.
You know, all these things are, you know, it's not down to opinion. There is a right way and there's a wrong way. You have your own preference, like leaving your favourite double.
134.
Ultimately, how you get there isn't really up for debate, because mathematically there's a higher percentage way of going on certain shots than there is others.
Well, let me put it to you this way. We'll talk in a language that everybody will understand,
83.
because some of the shots on the dartboard are subjective. But if you play blackjack and the dealer's got a king
59.
and you've got 16, what are you going to do? Mathematics and probability will tell you what to do,
100.
Take a card.
154.
because the likelihood is the dealer's going to get another 10.
Yeah.
85.
So you have to do what mathematics and probability tell you to do. It's the same in any poker situation.
Poker's a game of bluff and math.
52.
And the
you
math
require
even is down
69?
to knowing whether you're being bluffed or not. Hence the reason card counters are banned from casinos.
36.
Even though the casinos would say it's
158.
frowned upon. Well, Connor's hit way too many fives in this first game
73.
of his day so far. He's drifting so much. Well, Victor's gone for double 14. That's his choice.
5.
Like I always say, Nico, when it
Well, you
comes to
require
those things,
85.
I'm not always right, but I'm never wrong.
That's interesting.
51. Victor required 28.
He found himself on double 17 there after hitting the double 16.
Cool.
Missed
Game's
it
on the
alone.
second
Yeah.
leg.
That-
Victor
it's a
Tinkstrom.
somewhat forgotten thing, isn't it? When you've got 66, a lot of people will go for the single or the treble,
Well,
but
it's
some
Victor
people
to
will
throw
go for the
first.
double
Game
route. I know Eric Claris would have.
Yeah, you've put the same thing in on the shot where you've gone for a treble 18, you've hit a single, and you need a single to leave ball on a shot like 86, and you can throw a slightly safe wide one. And if it finds the
85.
double 18 to leave 32, happy days.
You know, you were talking yesterday about Cam Crabtree's flattened flights.
100.
I bet I can think of something else that'll annoy you. Because a few times this week I've seen Victor Tinkstrom throw off a dart with a loose stem.
Oh, I know.
48.
And I can feel it in my delivering hand. I can feel when a stem's loose, and I can certainly feel it in my hand when I'm about to throw it.
85.
Yeah, that's something to burn your time at the back of the stage. If you've got a slightly more deliberate opponent, you can use the time to fan your flights, like tennis players will
94.
fan the strings of it to make sure they're nice and square. And the same with the stems, just make sure they're tight. The last thing you want to do is have a stem come out in the middle of the
59.
arc. I've seen it happen before. Look what Tommy Morris has got in his darts. He's got those little washers to make sure that they're nice and tight.
Yeah, it's like
85.
a little
Victor
rubber
required
O-ring.
132.
Just stops the stem from loosening.
He's on a different planet at the minute.
92.
Is Victor just cruising in this game?
Yeah, young Connor is having, well, it is Friday the
57.
13th, and he
Victor
is
required
having
40.
an absolute nightmare.
Game shot
And
the
he is
third
3-0
leg.
down.
Victor Tinkstrom.
Yesterday, Connor won by 4 legs to 1. Our most likely scoreline in this group, because
Well,
it's
let's
happened
Connor
10
to throw
times out of
first.
17.
Game on.
But we might get 4 legs to 0 here based on what we've seen so far.
121.
He's quite a quiet young chap, is Connor. Seen him around a few times here this week. Just nods and says hi and just gets on with his game.
140.
You don't get a great deal of young people these days in darts who are extroverts. I think that's just
121.
what young people are like these days. I mean, even Luke Littler is an extrovert on the stage. When he's off the stage, he's very calm, doesn't say a great deal. not the worst
180.
thing to do. Don't show your hand.
Yeah, all business.
And that's what Victor's been in this
44.
game. All business. Very admirable stats for someone who throughout this week has averaged 82.73. This is a good 6 points better than that.
Yeah,
60.
I think we've forgotten really how inexperienced Victor is, and he is only 22 years of age himself. Still a baby in darting terms.
And I think we judge these young
51.
players by higher standards these days,
121.
especially when you look at Littler.
Yeah,
and-
Littler standards.
Yeah, Białowski last week winning at the age of 19. Double 14. And Victor takes it by 4 legs to nil in
Victor
just shy
Tingstrom.
of 9 minutes. So Victor does not hang around. He's still part of the equation. He's on 4 points in the table now. And with the 4-0 victory as well, he gets to -3, which is only 6 points, 6 legs adrift of Tommy Morris, who is in second position in the table. That's what he's trying to catch, and he's still got 4 matches to do it throughout the course of the day. Well, when we come back, it will be match 4 between Morris and Crabtree, and that promises much.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Kate Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've completed the first round of fixtures on this Friday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Port. So this is what we've seen up to press. 4 players were locked on 6 points at the beginning of the day. They all went toe-to-toe in the first couple of matches, and it was victories for Cam Crabtree and Tommy Morris in there. Before the break, we saw Victor Tingström get his second win of the group, beating Connor Hopkins by 4-0. So what those particular set of results do to the group is uniform things quite nicely indeed. This is how things shape up. Crabtree and Morris on 8, Molden Idams on 6, Tingström and Hopkins all on 4. And those 2 players on 8 points go toe-to-toe in our 4th game of the afternoon as Cam Crabtree takes on Tommy Morris. The victor of this one will put themselves in a very strong position ahead of the second half of matches after 3 o'clock. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much indeed, Henry. What a good and really quick first round of matches that was. We had 2 4-1s and a 4-0, so 12 legs for the winners, only 2 for the losers. So it's been very dominant so far. Will that continue into round 2, I wonder, here on Friday? Tommy Morris against Cam Crabtree is a battle of the top 2 in the table. So somebody's going to get to 10 here, which means the 2 on 6 in Mould and Idams are going to be staring at quite the chasm when they come to the hockey. Mould has got Tingström in game 6, so he's got to wait to see what Idams actually does against Hopkins.
Yeah,
60.
Already this early, this feels like a very significant game.
100.
I am going to put you on the spot. I know it's only game 4, but based on their position at the minute, are these the 2 players that are going to go through? What's your hunch?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's... Listen, I was impressed with
100.
Victor last time out, but I think he's left himself too much to do. I think I'd make Tommy Morris just about favourite to beat Malden.
161.
Edams.
He's already playing better today than he was yesterday. He just looks more likely.
And of course, Tommy's already beaten Mould.
Cammy Record 161.
So, yeah, I think the most the likelihood is that these 2. Well, and it also depends how they deal with defeat here.
Requires 64.
Because Tommy got thumped by Cam yesterday with that 105 average, despite averaging 88.30, and the game after that, he didn't show up at all, did he? There was certainly a hangover. So I think it's more important for Tommy to win the game than it is for Cam.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, actually.
Look, it's Cam to throw first.
And I think if you look at what we've seen already today, Tommy's already flipped the script on Adam Mould, and Victor's already flipped the script on Connor Hopkins. So just because somebody beat somebody yesterday, it doesn't mean they're going to beat them today.
No.
60.
And yesterday, of course, this scoreline was 4-1 in favour of Cam Crabtree.
97.
Performance of the week. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. It was stunning, wasn't it?
Yeah, finishing the game in 15, 11, and 15, wasn't it?
Yeah. And it could have been 15 and 4
137.
finishes.
Yeah, he missed a dart at double for 4
Oh, no,
consecutive ton pluses, didn't he?
Yeah, that was Cam against Adam, wasn't it? That was that match where he went 100, 146, 144, and then missed tops for a 115. Quick update: George Killington has edged out weight 6'5".
Can we require 128?
Big Boris through, Lukeman through, Killington through. Steve Lennon, Scuba Steve,
124.
is 1-1 with Marcus Kirchmann.
170.
Yeah, he filled out a questionnaire this morning about
Can we require 4?
his life, and somebody asked him his occupation, and he said he was a worker.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
It's a bit blasé.
covers every base.
James on the second leg.
That's covered that base.
Cam
So
Crabtree.
who's on base number 2? It is Cam Crabtree. All square.
Well, it's Tommy to throw
Another
first.
good game in prospect, both averaging very, very well after a couple of legs.
Do we have any insight to the Shazam?
I don't know. I might have to ask Cam about that a little bit later, but I like nicknames without a the.
57.
I know that's strange coming from someone with a nickname that has a the, but I think
That was almost as funny as that Katie Hopkins when she said she doesn't
85.
like children's names after countries. Her daughter's called India.
83.
I think some of the best nicknames around these days don't have a the to start. And I think it stems as well from the guy that gave Mark
100.
Zuckerberg advice on the Facebook. He said, drop the, it's cleaner. It just so happened that that person went on
60.
to be one of the biggest honchos at Spotify, Sean Parker.
Yeah, and Facebook was worth a few quid when it was sold, wasn't it?
40.
Yeah, one of their biggest shareholders is Bono. Made more money from Facebook than he did from U2. There's your mindless fact of the day.
Yeah, because he bought shares very early in it when they were
96.
little to no money.
36.
This will be money for Tommy. 419s here really should be the aim. And he
96.
just about gets it. Almost hit. Too many 19s there. Could have left himself on 21.
134.
I think the key for Cam here, worst case scenario,
Tommy
keep this as
Raquin,
tight as
40.
possible. He's got the best leg difference in this group. If he was to slip up against anybody, I think Tommy Morris, all things forgiven, is probably the person he can't afford to slip up against.
Yeah, 1.4 billion from his
20.
shares
And he
in
requires 71.
Facebook that was invested in 2009.
I'll only have one of those shares, thank you. But is Crabtree going to find his way to the lead here? He has, you
Angel on
know.
the third leg.
And just how fortunate
Cam
was it that he got
Crabtree.
the treble 4 instead of the single? Because it gave him a shot from single to outer ring instead of single to the
Well,
bull.
it's Cam to throw first.
You can see what it means to him. He definitely wants this weekly title more than most because he wants to get even with his pal Owen, who's
Game
already
on.
got one.
Yeah, he's got an incredible nickname, hasn't he? Owen Bates, the Master. Do you want to talk us through that one, Nico?
Moving swiftly on. Moving swiftly on.
57.
I can feel myself going under a bus shortly.
How's Tommy feeling right
60.
now after letting that leg slip? That was his to win. But Crabtree is looking decidedly lethal today. Using that treble 17 an
76.
awful lot as well, which we love to see because it's a much more effective switch than that of treble 19.
Absolutely. Again, not
100.
an opinion. Factual, mathematical thing. The 17 with only
54.
a 4 count on 20s or even a 2 count on 20s. The treble 17 is mathematically the better option.
180.
Wonder if Tommy's going to need the treble 17 with his second dart coming up.
140. Tommy record 161.
Doesn't need to go for it. See? Told you.
137.
There's a lot of people out there would have gone for the bull with the last start, but Tommy's a particularly aggressive player, and for someone called the gun, you would expect him to be an aggressive player.
Tommy required 24.
Not in the aggressive sense of massive celebrations, just the way he plays the game as he breaks back
Tommy
with a
Morris.
14 darter. This is an excellent game of darts so far.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
He gives it the full Paul Lim. 3 times. Well, it worked for Paul for years. It might just work for you, Cam.
35.
But in county sense, this is Dorset versus, well, London or Surrey.
140.
When you live in that circumference of London, I suppose you can choose whatever county you want to play for. Some people have done that many times over the years.
Some people played Middlesex.
83.
Some I know who I played for in London Super League. Played for Essex.
You got Surrey, Hertfordshire,
Yep.
Kent,
85.
Berkshire, just a little bit further out in the home counties, even Hampshire, which is where we are here.
41.
They've had some teams over the years, Hampshire, my word.
Yeah, the era of Les Wallace and Jenks and Colin Monk.
100.
Wadey.
Aaron Monk came through a little bit later as well. Paul Hogan played for Hampshire back in the day as well. He plays for Berkshire these days, I believe.
Yeah, they had a top side.
Well, Cam's got 176 here, and that 60 looks like it's used up. I think that was a very smart play. Even with the single 16, he's still in that 2 singles to double ratio there, whereas Tommy is not going to get a shot. He could have 3 consecutive
30.
breaks here.
Can you require 80?
Just over the top of that one. And then to tops for 3-2.
Game shot.
Really good.
Cam Crabtree.
Both averaging over 90 in this game. Not many mistakes being made.
Sixth leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Very hard to separate them on the scores of ton pluses, ton 40s and 180s, but I think the accuracy on the outer ring is why Cam is ahead.
Yeah, he's got a better
59.
strike rate on the doubles, but a slightly lower average. But there's little to nothing in them, both in the early 90s.
100.
Next game will be Idams against Hopkins, and as we now turn our attention to the games with one from the top and one towards the bottom, the pressure is firmly on the person who is currently in 4th position, which is Idams.
Yeah, you spoke about averages and timing and guide and everything else. How strange is this? Crabtree is playing nowhere near as well as he played yesterday. Yeah, Tommy is playing way better today than he did yesterday against Cam.
95.
And is still losing. In fact, Cam is averaging what Tommy did yesterday against him.
99.
88 gets you pretty far this week.
Ask Jim.
35.
Find a 140 here, and he will feel like the end of the match is nigh.
46.
That did not work out very well. The only bright side is that he is on a finish.
Albeit a horrible one.
59. Camera record 158.
It's on. It just sneaks into the wrong treble.
94.
Well, Morris
Camera record
is hanging on with his fingernails right here to this fourth game of the day. Treble 20 needed. Because it's not found,
52.
a match start could be all that Cam needs to get 2 more points and to be at 10 in the
Camera
table.
requires 64.
And 24 hours on from a point where he was bottom, he could now be top on his own. Oh, how things can
shot and
change
the
in the matter of
match.
24
Cam
hours.
Crabtree.
As I can't even say it. Cam Crabtree gets himself a 4-2 win. He's on 10 points in the table now, and Tommy Morris is still in second position, but his leg difference has taken a hit there because of that 4-2 loss. Very evenly matched, but the outer ring told you the story. 67% is good enough for Cam, getting 2 wins out of 2 games today.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Sean Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and now we turn our attention to Rennie Idams, who will try to keep his charge for the top 2 going against Connor Hopkins, who he's faced 4 times this week already, but I guarantee you any game they've had has not been this important. Idams currently sits in 4th position in the table. It's not drastic at the minute.
Game on.
After losing his first game to Cam Crabtree. I got it right. I didn't even get the second thing right this time. Cam Crabtree.
140.
Enunciate, Nicholson.
Sleep deprived, Nico. Running on empty.
Well, Rennie is on 6 points. His leg difference is not great at -1, but it's not out of the reckoning. Let's put it that way. But a win against Connor Hopkins here would put 4 points between him and Connor, and 2 points between him and Adam Mould, who has a game in hand against Victor Tingstrom next. There's a lot of movement that's going to happen in the next couple of rounds, that's for sure. On a day where we have had a bit of history in the world of darts before, isn't that right, miss?
Yeah, well, on this day, this very day, around about this very time, 39 years ago, we had our very first televised 9-dart finish by John Lowe.
58.
Happy anniversary for that day, John. And incredibly, there's not been a 9-darter hit on this day in any other official competition since then.
Running record 106.
Until about 15 minutes ago.
What?
Because Scott Waite's got one on the European Tour in the last 20 minutes.
Connie require 80.
But he did lose the game. But there you go. We were going to big that one up for John Lowe today, and then all of a sudden...
spent a morning hunting to see if
55.
any other 9-dart had been hit on the anniversary of the very first one, and there hadn't been, and Scott Waits goes and spoils it.
Absolutely. But he spoiled his own day because he lost the match to George Killington.
No score. Connie
How often do we see
25.
that? Luke Humphreys. He hit one in the final, didn't he, on a Euro Tour and lost. Did he lose that, mate? He did, yeah.
He lost the next 3 legs.
Yeah.
23.
To Chizzy, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Rennie required
Chisnell
32.
finished well. Humphreys ended up being a major champion within a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I should imagine the wounds have healed from that defeat and hitting a 9 after winning the Grand Prix.
To throw first.
Idams has taken the first leg of this contest in 19 darts. He doesn't care how many darts it takes him as long as he gets the result that he wants, which is a win by a large margin, if
32.
you please.
Yes, it is. It's a viewer's favourite on this darting day, of course, that we try to slip in when time permitting.
60.
But also birthdays. It is Luke Woodhouse's birthday. Happy birthday, Luke. Only 35. Looks well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does look well for 35. Long may that continue.
58.
Definitely on an upward trend with his career, and long
Yeah.
may that continue because
I'm
he's
a big
great
fan.
to watch.
60.
Nice guy, too.
It's a good golf ball too.
Doesn't surprise me.
I think he's going to be throwing quite a lot of darts between now and the beginning of January.
Yeah, be no winter golf for Luke. Maybe an hour on the driving range.
58.
Any other birthdays today, Nico?
Well, we do have one. A guy from Italy who's got a very
58.
famous moustache. Who?
It's the handlebar one, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a Texas Longhorn. It's Massimo Dante of Italy, who
85.
played in the World Cup this year for the Italians. So, happy birthday to Massimo. I don't know how to say happy birthday in Italian.
48.
It's not one of my strongest languages, but I'm sure Massimo will have a wonderful day. I actually wanted to get him here. I thought it'd be a great addition to have some Italian
140.
players. Time will come. We've had some players from Luxembourg and Germany and Belgium and Netherlands.
46.
Only a
Number
matter of time before we
98.
get other countries involved. Buon compleanno.
There we go. That's
60.
That's happy birthday in Italian, Nico.
128.
Get it all here at the Super Series.
48.
The Geordie Italian.
38.
God, can you imagine?
He'd have been a footballer, wouldn't he? The Geordie Italian.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's 2-0 to
Rene
Rennie.
Idams.
A Geordie Italian. That's like getting spaghetti bolognese wrapped in pastry.
Well, it's Rene to throw first.
Get
Game
that from the 24-hour Greggs in Newcastle.
44.
Like a Parmo sandwich.
Now you're making me hungry. They actually do make those in America.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. They call it
96.
veal parmesan, and they put them in sandwiches in a lot of bar restaurants. They're very, very nice.
140.
Very goaty.
Yeah, not particularly healthy. By the way, I'm not having it that Middlesbrough own the Parmo.
100.
No. What is that all about? Because I'm constantly seeing Colin Osborne and Duzza. They both love a Parmo, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do love a Parmo. There's nothing wrong with that. They obviously love that cuisine in their part of the world. I'm all for liking good food, but owning the heritage of something like that, I'm not having
55.
that. It's Italian. It's Parmigiana. I mean, that's about as Teesside as a kilt.
100.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but Parmo or Teesside Parmesan is a dish originating in Middlesbrough.
98.
Parmesan, as in the cheese that comes from Parma.
Yeah, and a popular item of takeaway food in the Teesside area. It consists of breaded cutlet of chicken or
Game
pork
shot
topped
in the
with
third leg.
bechamel sauce and
Rene
cheese,
Idams.
usually cheddar. The name is a reference to the American dish chicken
It's
parmesan,
corner to throw first.
which is made with tomato sauce and mozzarella, which itself is a derivation of the Italian. Yeah.
45.
Yeah, because the Italians took it in New York, and it's the New York people brought it here. So Italians had it first. And the biggest clue is
100.
Parmigiano Reggiano,
Yeah.
which comes from the area of Italy called Modena, which is
Yep.
made famous by Osteria Francescana, the very famous restaurant.
And Ferraris.
It's all grown in the same
79.
area of Italy.
Yeah. Correct, Nico.
Where's your first clue? Now, we missed the Rennie Idams 1, 3, 4
I
finish.
did have fun while that lasted.
50.
Notice how I didn't even mention the fact that the Australians love a Parmo, but the Italians took it there as
43.
well. And part of the Parmo, or the Parma, depending on where you're from.
41.
You need a schnitzel base to it because it's thinned out chicken, breaded. And if you go to Germany or Austria, which Rene knows a lot about, you'll find a lot of
58.
those in restaurants. You won't get the cheese and the sauce and the ham and the things like that. You'll just get a perfectly cooked schnitzel.
Yeah, and it's lovely and thin, isn't it?
It is.
140.
But at the minute, Rene is playing like a perfectly cooked schnitzel, ready to finish off the last bite. He's done everything right in this game.
96. Rene require 170.
I think it's obvious to us that Connor seems to have run out of steam today already.
60.
And if he's going to struggle,
41.
it's everybody's
Rene
duty to beat him today,
110.
who's in the chasing pack.
Yep.
No shot double 19 for the match then.
33.
He can't afford,
Rene require 139.
especially with his leg difference at the minute, to slow down and allow his opponent to get a shot. Ooh, look at this for a 139.
99. Rene requires 77.
The right way. With his opponent on... Oh, hello.
Game,
That's a
shot,
way
and the match.
to win it. Well, we nearly
Rene
had
Idam.
a 139, and then we see Rene Idams with 3. The rarely hit double 17, followed by tops for yet another 4-0 defeat for Connor Hopkins. But it is Rene's first win of the day, and it catapults him into qualifying position. He's now up to second when we come back after a short break. Adam Mould back in action against Victor Tingstrom.
Thanks for joining us once again. We are rattling through our games today. We haven't had one game go the distance yet, but this might be a little bit different. As Adam Mould takes on Victor Tingstrom now, just to make you aware of their position in Group C, Mould, who started the day on top, is now 4th. But with this game in hand, he must make it count. And if he
First
does,
leg, it's Adam
and
to
goes
throw
to 8
first.
points in the table,
Game on.
which would take him to 2nd after 2 rounds, Victor Tingstrom would be in a spot of bother with 3 games to go. He'd need a lot of results to go his way, Mace.
Yeah, the problem is for Mould is he is facing
180.
not only victory here, but Cam Crabtree in a couple of matches.
100.
We always knew when we looked at the lineup of this group yesterday morning that these types of games, when you've got Tingstrom and
60.
Crabtree back to back, if you were to fail on both occasions, you're going to sink down that table very quickly.
85.
And just because he's won a week here before, that doesn't give him a free pass to Saturday. You've got to work your way back there again.
57.
Well, in the break, we were talking about our Sunday lunch. I just want to... Do you put a bit of wine in the sauce for the gravy?
Yeah, you always deglaze.
100.
Yeah.
So when you've got your vegetables from the roasting in there as part of the whatever meat you do,
100.
stick it in the pan. Try and concentrate the amount of pans that you use as well. Try and keep it in the same one with all the concentrated flavour. And then once you've done what you can with the roux, you get the wine in there to deglaze, get more flavour out, burn it off, then put your stock in and then just simmer it down.
84.
Interestingly, we
And
make
we require
gravy
40.
pretty much identically.
Well, this will be a gravy shot. Double 10. All aboard the
Games on
gravy train.
first leg. Adam
We're
Mould.
going to have a gravy off.
I can hear some people from our production area saying, yes, we will be the
Second leg, it's
testers.
Victor
Thank
to
you very
throw
much.
first. Game on.
I think we had them hooked at spaghetti bolognese pasty in the previous game.
58.
Well, there's something that many popular bakeries have not tried yet. A good start for Mould in 18 darts.
100.
And he didn't play badly in his first game. He averaged 95.58, which really weirdly was his best
100.
average of the group so far, but it was a game he lost by 3 legs. Just a bit more proof as to why averages lie.
36.
Yes, they can tell us a few porky pies. The problem now for the players, of course, and the completion of this one, there is only 6 more
100.
points available for each player. So it is imperative Adam Mould does win here.
Yesterday during our coverage, you and I were talking about Scottish darts, in fact, and we brought up a good friend of ours in Derek Cunningham. He's actually been in touch this morning.
Oh, yeah, you had a wonderful photo, didn't you?
87.
Yeah, he got in touch with me this morning, sent me the most amazing photograph of the 2010 Portland Open pairs final. I didn't even know this picture existed. I might even get it posted on our MODUS Super Series
56.
social media feeds
156.
because it featured 3 players in that final who have played in Super Series action in the last couple of years.
44.
One of them, the 2-time senior world champion Robert Thornton, whose partner was Mark Webster, and then there was myself playing with Derek in his international shirt. It was an amazing final, won by
99.
the other 2.
Big
So well done to Mark and Robert for that.
112.
But we also have the picture of the audience watching it, and it's quite the picture.
And George Noble refereeing.
Indeed. Oh, you lucky
75.
boy.
Adam, you reckon 150.
How close was that to busting the shot? And as it stands now, he's coming back for 37 instead of 112.
79. Big you require 37.
Got to make the most of your good fortune, Victor. You know this.
Game
And he
shot on the
does.
second leg. Victor Tingstrup.
You lucky, lucky Belkin boy.
Very lucky.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And he even gives us a wink to the camera, as if to say he knew.
100.
Adam Mould is the ADC ranked #1 player in the United Kingdom. Purely
81.
because of the amount of events he's played. He's so far ahead of the next player, Tony Wood. He might even be the #1 for the next
60.
foreseeable future. It's funny how some of these ranking systems work around the world in different tours.
58.
Nice to be the #1, isn't it? And someone might want to hang on to that so dearly that they're willing to go to any event they can get to just to build that points total.
140.
Yeah, we had it. Colin Lloyd very much did that. Once he actually reached #1, he would really do the miles just to attend
60.
any PDC ranked event, just to maintain that advantage at the top as world #1.
Yeah, that was a pretty
89.
interesting time for PDC darts because a lot of the time Phil Taylor was not world #1. You had Rod Harrington as a world #1. You had Peter Manley as a world #1.
78.
Alan Warner Little has been world #1
112.
multiple times.
In both organisations.
Indeed. There's something else as well, as far as Alan's concerned.
88.
From my reckoning, he's one of only 2 world #1s who've ever tied the top of the rankings. And the other one is Phil Taylor, because he shared it with him.
Academy require 24.
Well, the ADC are, as you mentioned, is
Game
ranking
shot
at the
third
top
leg.
is
Adam Mould.
a massive advantage. I presume, well, they're definitely introducing a change.
Fourth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
And what they're going to do is take the best 10 results, and that will then give you your ranking.
That's an interesting idea.
140.
In golf, it's always about the amount of events you play in a 2-year period based on ranking points, and there's some sort of algorithm with it.
120.
I remember a time when Lee Westwood actually went to world #1 without playing because his average amount of events played went down and his ranking went up.
Right, yeah.
100.
Yeah, that's quite clever, actually. So you're not necessarily rewarded for playing in multiple events.
140.
Here's a bit of a quiz question for all of our darting aficionados today. And thank you for joining us today, by the way.
131.
But if you're watching this, your question is, do you know the biggest rankings money drop in PDC history? And who was it?
95. Victor require 130.
We will give you the answer in the next leg because we don't want you to go and find out the answer too quickly. We want you to think of it off the top of your head.
The amount is 500,000, obviously.
58.
You're quite close.
Academy require 146.
Adam needs 146 for 3-1. We did see this finish yesterday, but not from him. And this is a really
93.
interesting exchange.
72.
Is it a person who could be described as quite angry?
Depends how you look at it.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's 2-2.
Victor
You really
Tingstrup.
wanted Victor to hit that shot, didn't you? Just so we can get the answer. Okay, so without further ado, the biggest rankings drop in history is £450,000. It did belong to Rob Cross at, I believe it was £385,000 when
40.
he was defeated at the World Championship in the defence year of his ranking money from Ali Pali at the 2020 Championship. But Michael van Gerwen won 500,000 and then proceeded to lose 450,000 ranking points 2 years later when he lost to Dave Chisnell in the quarterfinals.
Yep, and only received 50,000 for that, so it was a £450,000 drop. Wow.
This year, the big check is being defended by Peter Wright, and Michael Smith, the world number 1, is
57.
defending the secondary check.
Yeah, there's going to be a big move in the rankings next year. And Peter Wright is in a world of trouble at the moment in terms of his
100.
ranking position and potentially his selection for the Premier League.
Tingstrom's been
134.
fairly effective today. He's been more reliable. I think that's probably the right word to use. At times this week, he's had certain games that he would dearly love to drag to the
100.
trash, in computer speak. But there's been more of that
134.
over the last 24 hours, you'd have to say it.
$58.
Mould is starting to
Give it
fold, maybe.
76.
Another great first start from Victor. This is a big darts for a break of throw.
60.
Drags it way
Give it
wide.
146.
That was so wide, he could have shouted 4. Really wanted a second 57 there,
86.
didn't he?
Victor requires 16.
This time, Victor gets a mulligan on double 8.
No score.
How has that not gone in?
Adamir requires 60.
Mould is using up lives here. If he can get away with this one, it might be a free pass to getting to 8 points and back in the race.
Game
And
shot.
he might just be
leg.
confining Victor
Adam
to the
Mould.
bin.
Yeah, Peter Wright just having a check. And Peter Wright, if
Sidler gets
he
Victor to throw first. Game on.
if he goes out early at the the earliest stage, round 2, which that would be at the Worlds, it's down to 14 in the world.
58.
Let's say he makes the quarterfinals. So that would be 50,000. Where would he go if he makes
41.
the quarters?
He would just about stay in the top 10, only just.
Interesting times.
180.
Interesting times indeed.
Where Michael van Gerwen, if Michael has an early exit and he goes on a bit of a run
95.
to the semi-finals, he could go back to world number 1.
Well, if you think back,
57.
If Luke Humphries wins the Worlds, he could go to number 1.
if you think back 2 years ago, there were certain players who didn't play a great deal in that tournament because of COVID-19.
140.
They were excluded for
Isn't that the one that
certain
Michael?
reasons.
Yeah.
Michael didn't play. He had to find his way back home, and I think Dave Chisler was another one.
38.
Yeah.
Remember, I left you in the lurch, didn't I? I got COVID on Boxing Day and couldn't come back to Ali Pali.
134.
I don't mind. I got paid, Nico. Double bubble.
Grr. Victor Tingstrom
36.
has again wired doubles
Adamir requires
in the
91.
bottom left corner.
James Wade down to 26 in the world.
37. Victor requires 32.
Double 16.
Game
Found this
shot on the
time by
sixth leg.
Victor, and this is the
Victor
first
Tingstrom.
4-3 of the day. Will it be won by Sweden or England? Shades of
7th and final leg. It's
Euro
Adam to throw
92.
first.
I'm not going to say the words that England fans can't stand from that year. Broline, Darlene,
121.
Broline. Are we expecting me to say that Gary Lineker has been taken off the pitch for Alan Smith?
45.
That actually happened.
Yeah, that was another strange choice by a England manager.
Yeah, and
100.
Gary Lineker never played for England again. It's actually, I believe, the anniversary of that diabolical refereeing decision when Ronald Koeman
100.
pulled David Platt back in Rotterdam, when Graham Taylor was infamously saying, "What have they been instructed?" Well, it just goes to show that
45.
football refereeing hasn't really changed that much in the last 30-odd years.
59.
Advantage mould. It's the kind of thing you'd see in the shower.
139.
Not in your shower, maybe in a dodgy hotel. But he's got time on his side.
96.
I'm sure Adam's heard many a mould joke. But that is no joke. That is a wonderful finish from Adam. 14 darts to take care of that. And I cannot stress just how important that win is. That gets him back into a qualifying position. He's been up and down that ladder today like you wouldn't believe. But with that 4-3 win and that 86 average with 50% on the doubles and his highest finish at the end of the match, he goes to 8 points and a positive leg difference of +5 now. And Idams and Morris have still got to catch him, as well as Cam Crabtree at the top of the Group C table. We'll take a break now. Our action will resume shortly after 3, but not before we get some words with Henry and with Chris after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for the day here in Group C, which means it's time to get the assessment of Mace the Ace himself, Chris Mason, alongside me up here on the balcony. This is what we've seen so far today from those opening 2 rounds of fixtures, and Cam Crabtree continuing in the sort of vein that he left off yesterday.
Yeah, he's most definitely in pole position now, isn't he, with those 2 wins and coming against 2 players that were very much in the mix to sort of keep up with him at the top of the table. But he's flying. He looks the coolest man out there, to be honest. Everybody else is a little bit twitchy because they know any defeat now at this stage is they're in a bit of trouble.
Well, let's deconstruct the day then chronologically. We'll begin with Cam Crabtree. He played first against Rene Idans, both players in 6 points at the beginning of proceedings. And you thought maybe if Cam's going to be caught, possibly it could have been early on in proceedings.
Yeah, absolutely. And this could have been a potential banana skin, of course, against Idams, who played pretty well yesterday to get his 6 points. However, he dealt with him how he should have dealt with him, and that's with a comprehensive victory. And then he backed that up, of course, against another player who was threatening at the top of the table alongside him in Tommy Morris. And, you know, Tommy Morris bounced back well, actually, after a defeat. And all to play for everybody in that mix now.
Yeah, Tommy Morris got out of the gate by getting the better of Adam Mould. But Adam, we did see in that game we've just seen before the break, okay? It was the last leg decider, but did then respond. Yeah,
absolutely. And listen, it was imperative that you sort of stay within one game of the top of the table, because it's two that go through, of course. And if you get to that stage where you're 4 points off and there's only 6 points to play for this afternoon in 3 remaining matches for all the players, yeah, any more than 2 defeats, and I think your run is over.
And then for Cam Crabtree, that game against Tommy Morris, game 4, that could be the one that seals the deal for him. Yeah,
could well be. It was. And again, it's one of those matches that could have gone so differently. As you can see, Tommy there waiting on a 2-dart combination to level things up. He would have then had the throw, but a really good 64. And as you could see, there was a lot of relief there for Cam Crabtree. He knew himself how important that win was.
And that means that he is the man in full command of the table. Right, this is how it looks following 2 rounds of fixtures for everyone. Cam Crabtree with a 2-point lead at the top of the table, with Mould, Idams and Morris all on 8 points. And really, apart from Cam, we're none the wiser, really, are we?
No, I mean, Cam's the unbeaten player, isn't he? But everyone else has won 1 and lost 1, hence the reason that they've all moved up to 8 points. I think for Cam now, it's his to lose in terms of qualifying from this group, because, of course, a lot of those players still have to play each other. So only one of them is going to pick up 2 points from that particular match.
It'd be interesting to see how that develops after 3 o'clock. But let's have a look and see what's happening next week here at the Super Series. Just a couple more weeks of qualification to go until Champions Week at the end of the month. Group A sees Reece Robinson, a player who made it through to Champions Week last time out, returned to the fold. And then later on in the week, you got the likes of Matt Dennett, Kevin Edwards, who won on the Seniors Tour. And then in Group C, Scott Taylor's got a very good record in this competition. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing the 2 ADC qualifiers on debut. It's always interesting to see other players from around Europe, to see how they fare here and how they take to it. You never know if you're going to unearth the next superstar. But yeah, that Group C looks rather tasty. And looking forward to seeing Kevin Edwards up there, who had a very good weekend at the World Seniors Dart Tour, winning an event alongside Jim Long. And, well, we know how well Jim Long's done this week so far.
And they are not easy events to win either. So that is the action we're going to see on Monday morning, 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Right, we're going to join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock for the conclusion of this Group C to see who is going to join Jim Long in Saturday night's final. But beforehand, it's time for another of our Bullseye Challenges, where we pose our players a challenge to see how many points they can get on the board and see whether they can top the series leaderboard. Today, it's the turn of Tommy Morris and Cam Crabtree. Let's see how they got on.
I'm Tommy Morris, and this is the Bullseye Challenge.
Without further ado, let's get another person on the Bullseye Challenge. This time it's
3.
the turn of Tommy the Gun Morris. Well, it isn't Rocky V, this. It's not Tommy Gun. But it is a
2.
man with 3 darts in his hand that he's going to deliver really, really quickly. You can see why he's called Tommy the Gun, because he's a bit like Jermaine Watamina.
2.
Like a machine gun. And he's not hanging around, but he does need some bullseyes. If he's going to get anywhere close to his practice event that he had on this earlier in the week of 19 points. All 25 so far. Needs to find the centre, and he hasn't found it yet.
2.
He's a man who loves to get it on the green, but he can't get it in the hole. Another green.
2.
He's getting more darts than most because of how quick he is. This is natural to him. It wasn't natural for others. But time is running out.
1.
He's not going to get close to his target of 19. That's what he wanted. He's trying to be the best at this, and he's running out of time.
No score. Tommy Morris scores 14.
This would be where he gets 3 bulls.
Did he?
He did as well.
No way.
I'm Cam Crabtree, and this is my bullseye challenge.
Right then, it's the turn of Cam Crabtree in the bullseye challenge, and he's under pressure already because he's already hit 3 bullseyes in practice, but they don't count. But it's a good start. He's got 2 with his first visit. He might be the guy to set the target in this game. I think he's going to go for accuracy as opposed to pace, but I get the feeling that as the minute goes on, he might just get a little bit quicker. Great consistency here from Cam Crabtree. One of the hardest names to say here at the MODUS Super Series because we've all said Cram Crabtree at some point. Well, he's going to have to go quick in the final 100 meters, a bit like Steve Cram Crabtree. And he's got more. And again, great consistency from the man in green today. His time is running out. What can he get?
2.
Very, very good. Does he have any darts left? Barely. Making the most of the final shot.
4.
Does he have another one? He doesn't.
Cam Crabtree scores 22.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where Group C is going to come to its culmination over the next couple of hours or so. We've already seen 6 fixtures so far today, and we've already seen one player really take control of the group. This is what we have seen so far, and it is so far 2 wins from 2 as far as Cam Crabtree is concerned. The bookmakers favour throughout the whole duration of this group, and he's beginning to really live up to that particular billing, winning both of his opening matches against rivals Rene Idams and Tommy Morris respectively. So that is what we've seen so far. This is how it correlates then. In terms of the league table, Cam Crabtree really has opened up a bit of a front in terms of an advantage. Okay, it's only 2 points, but have a look at that in behind. 3 players all on 8 points. It's going to be a real tight chase and run towards the line. Remember, it is the top 2 that qualify their way through to tomorrow night's final and join Jim Long in the finale. Well, one of those players firmly in the mix is Tommy Morris. He's looking to get back to winning ways as he takes on Connor Hopkins. And watching this one down in the commentary box, it's a very good afternoon once again to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
It is a very good afternoon if you're Cam Crabtree. Easy for us to say. And Adam Mould, who are at the top of the table right now in qualifying positions, but closely followed by Rene Idams and Tommy Morris. We started the day with 4 players on the same points. Now we've got Cam at the top with 3 players in pursuit, only 1 win behind. This is fast turning into one of the most nail-biting Group Cs that I've seen in quite a few weeks. But the gun is going to need to fire in his final 3 matches. He's got this game here, which I've already labelled, Mace, as a must-win game for everybody. Everyone's got to beat Connor today and do what Victor
93
and Rene have already done. And because they've both beaten him 4-0, does that put extra pressure on Tommy?
Yeah, absolutely, because of the leg difference situation. And Tommy especially, because at the moment, those above him
134
are well in front in terms of leg difference. Tommy's curl on 8 points plus 1. Rene, who will have a game in hand, of course, on Tommy. And he actually doesn't play for a couple of matches. And then Adam Mould, also on 8 points. He's on plus 5.
We can say what we like about Connor's performances so far, but people seem to be going after him to try and grab those 2 points with maximum leg difference.
Can they sense a bit of weakness, maybe?
I think maybe they can. However, in this leg, it's a lot harder, but not impossible, for Connor to lose his 9th straight leg today.
96.
So 44.
44.
To get his first double
of the day.
And he's missed that 12 by nearly 2 inches.
12.
Well, after losing 4-0 twice, Nico, his confidence will be a little shattered.
He might even be physically shattered. It's been a long week. Double 4 for Tommy. He'll be fresh. He's got lots of energy. He's only playing his second day of the week.
Tommy Morris.
And he does take the lead by 1 leg to 0.
Yeah, and he's a very energized man,
Second
isn't he?
against Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Although I do think he's maybe the second most energized on the stage. Because if you try to keep Owen Binks still,
140.
you'd need clamps.
Yeah.
He's very energetic. He's always very bouncy when he's off the stage.
51.
He's always doing something, isn't he, Owen?
Good at maths, though, and an excellent spotter as well.
140.
Yeah, reads the game very well for someone who, well, has never really played the game, has he, Owen?
48.
Always been just a fan. Got involved in the calling side of things for
100.
League and county, and then started as one of the markers and is now one of the top officials for the PDC.
44. Tommy Rick 121.
121 again. This time he doesn't have to go for the bull route.
89.
It's working out pretty well. Connor had that chance of taking the lead. And since missing that dart at double 16, seems to have found himself surrounded by trees again.
140. Tommy Rick 32.
Yeah, he's in the bunker.
Lovely lie. Couldn't ask for a better one. Maybe he could.
No score.
Oh, that one really did go in sideways at the end, but how it didn't find its way to the green, I am not so sure.
122.
The
Tommy
big
Rick
win here,
32.
Morris could find himself in second position
Game
once
shot in the
again.
second leg.
And he's already
Tommy
halfway
Morris.
there. This is very tidy from Tommy. 32 darts for the first two legs. Replicate that.
I think it's Connor to throw first.
And you have to say that Connor doesn't quite have in his armoury anything to combat that just yet.
78.
This week's statistics prove that.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating just watching the
85.
progress of Connor over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I think he will make progress. There's plenty there to work with, that's for sure.
58.
Yeah, he's got a very good temperament. I think he keeps himself to himself, which is not a bad thing for a single sport.
55.
He's got time on his side and good technique. So don't judge Connor Hopkins on this week. Judge him on what he does in the next 3 years.
84.
By the time he's 21.
And the increments of improvement. Because he will improve, I can assure you.
Yeah, not every person under
140.
20 has to do what Białecki's done, what Littler's done, what Jared Cole did. You just go down your own path, young man, and just figure it out as you go along with good decisions and good tutelage.
Yep. Yeah, go at your own pace.
60.
That way you'll
156.
potentially have longevity.
I think he's starting to feel
100.
comfortable on the
I mean,
stage as well. The amount of
161.
exposure he's had this week to this kind of environment will only do him good.
Yeah, as we've discussed many times,
99.
these young players who are getting a week here, they're getting more airtime and more time under the lights than I did in the first 4 or 5 years of my
36.
career.
Tommy
He will
requires
want to go out with a
62.
bang because, by the looks of it, he's not going to get through this group. But Tommy would love 3-0.
What's the odds, Nico, on Connor becoming the ultimate spoiler a little later? How many times have you seen it that a player's just completely out of it, dead last,
42.
and then
Connie
produce a
requires 20.
performance which halts the progress of another?
Is he spoiling Tommy Morris's plans right here, first and foremost?
15.
He isn't, and Tommy's getting very lucky here.
Tommy requires
This would be
20.
for 2 breaks and 3-0.
Game shot
He
in the
takes
third
full
leg.
advantage of those misses.
Tommy Morris.
Now his average leg in this contest goes down to 17, but he doesn't care. Now, Connor's got
Tommy to throw
Crabtree
first.
in game 10. Then he's got Mould in game 14, so he still has the ability to
140.
affect who does qualify.
Yep.
But then, let us not forget that Victor Tingstrom, who lost
57.
his second game of the day against Adam Mould, which has almost put him on the back foot, he's probably
95.
more of a spoiler than Connor is. And we can't forget about what he could possibly do.
Yeah, and Victor plays Rene, and, well,
65.
it's mathematically curtains for Tingstrom if he loses. But
43.
if Rene loses, then, well, his chances of finishing in the top 2 are very slim.
96.
Tommy's got a 1 dart lead and the advantage of throw.
59.
Sensible switch, but no trouble. He may even have 6 darts from that 164 position.
98.
He does.
Tommy Rock 164.
This is where you take a 140.
$60.
Trebleless with the last 2 visits then, so it's not coming easy, this 4th leg.
96. Tommy Rock 104.
To get the job done in ideal style. To be back in a qualifying position for now. He has a match dart at double 16.
88. Tommy Rock 89.
Can he find a way to his first leg of the day? No better area than the bull.
64.
That was a good try.
Tommy requires 16.
But Tommy needs to be the executioner himself now by putting Connor away. That's what he's done.
The match.
Everybody
Tommy
is gunning
Morris
for Connor because they need points when they play him. And Tommy has done his job against Connor this time. We will turn our attention to who Connor plays a little bit later on when he's against Cam Crabtree in game 10. But for now, Tommy wins that 4-0. And that's good for his points and his leg difference as he goes back to second in the table.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Up next it is Cam Crabtree, who currently occupies the top of the table alongside Tommy Morris, only separated by leg difference. Cam Crabtree 10 points plus 8, Tommy Morris 10 points plus 5. Adam Mould 8 points plus 5 himself. Now this tie yesterday was... well, it was a fabulous performance from Cam Crabtree, where he won 4-2 with those 3 incredible finishes. Nearly 4, wasn't it, Nico? Nearly 4 consecutive. He was 2-0 down and had finishes of 100, 144, 146. And
first leg, it's Cam to throw
missed
first.
tops for a 115, but went on to win the leg next visit. 98.63 average. Couple of 180s, 40% on the doubles.
Now we go from the previous match, Mace, where it was about getting the win
54.
by a distance, which is exactly what Tommy Morris did. Now, because of these two being in the top 3 and quite condensed when it comes to
60.
leg difference, this is purely about getting to 4 in legs.
Yeah,
it's not about the distance.
No, it's just getting in at 2 points.
So this is the middle of our schedule
96.
today, game number 8. We've got Tingstrom against Idams after this. We'll talk about the intricacies of that in due course. But If Cam wins, he goes to 12 points,
59.
4 points ahead of Adam with 2 games to go. That puts Adam in trouble.
Yeah, well, in the next, Cam Crabtree plays twice in the next 3 matches.
140.
He can have this sewn up in the match that follows our next match, where he faces Connor Hopkins, and any win there, which, with all due respect, looks
60.
the most likely, despite Cam losing 4-3 to Connor yesterday. That puts even more emphasis on that match for Cam, because he'll want to put that right. And if he wins
82.
this match and that match, it's job done.
So we do start talking about the
95.
running as well.
Can you record 129?
And for Adam Mould, he's already had a somewhat tumultuous start to today.
97.
Lost 4-1 to Tommy Morris. Then a 4-3 win against Victor Tingstrom, which he had to work very, very hard for. But he does have Idams and Hopkins to finish. Now, he doesn't have the darts against Hopkins. That doesn't look like a big worry at the minute. But that does in this game.
Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, nice start. 16 darter.
Second against
Were you
Adams
impressed with Cam's bullseye challenge, by the way, getting 22 points?
Yeah, outstanding, wasn't it? I thought the previous best, what was it, 17?
177.
I thought that was very good, but didn't think it'd hold up. But yeah, 22 in a minute. What did he have?
98.
7, 8 bullseyes?
There was a lot in there. And you know for a fact that there is somebody watching that out there on YouTube, or indeed here on the MODUS
40
Super Series broadcast with Sporty Stuff TV, and wanting to have a crack at it. A certain Owen Bates, or indeed some other quick players who think, I can do better than that. Well, next time you're here, we'll put you under the microscope. Let's see if you can.
95.
I think we should start getting people out of the crowd and give them a go at it on a Saturday night.
137.
It really would be funny if a fan was to get the record. And if Daryl Pilgrim was to turn up as a fan,
99.
that wouldn't count, Daryl.
126.
No, Daryl's not allowed to play it.
Until Champions Week.
Correct.
54. Adam require 90.
It's going to be bullseye to the end for Adam. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to be double 5.
80.
We've seen various
72.
ways of getting 90 this week, but some bold players have gone for bull first. Cam looking for double top.
52.
Which would have doubled his lead. He's disgusted
10.
with that shot. That's a pearler of a marker.
No score.
Just a bit
tight. Required 20.
As soon as that left his hand, he knew it was short.
Yeah.
And the disgust on his face was evident.
Game's on the
He'll
second
be even
leg.
more disgusted now.
Cam
Crabtree takes a 2-0 lead. This is a very similar performance, in fact, to what we saw from Morris in the last game. 32 darts for the first 2 legs.
To throw first. Game on.
We're talking about 2 very highly ranked people in the orders of merit that they are part
96.
of. Crabtree, number 3 in the Challenge Tour order of merit. Adam Mould, number 1 in the ADC. This is where worlds collide.
Yeah, there are different
43.
tiers in terms of development, as their main goals, of course, is to become one of the elite 128 tour card holders.
34.
We could even have a number 1s week here, couldn't we? We could have the number 1 from the ADC rankings in the United Kingdom. Maybe number 1 in the ADC
100.
rankings from somewhere like the Netherlands. Top ranked player in World Seniors. Top ranked player in the Women's Series. Challenge Tour.
96.
Development Tour. That would make for a really interesting group.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great 180 from Adam.
Never in doubt.
But he's still in a position where he could lose this leg fairly comfortably.
59.
Not now. The game
78.
giveth and taketh
Can we
away
require 116.
in equal measures.
Ah, the darting gods. They are so generous and yet so cruel.
76.
Well, that was an overcorrection
And
from the last time he had a
100.
shot at tops. He went about a centimetre under last time. This time it's about 2.5 centimetres over. How's Adam on double 10?
Game
that
shot
hit
the
is
third
crucial.
leg. Adam Mould.
That peg's calm back.
Yeah, 180, 78 ton finish, 15 dart break back.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Glorious.
Oh, there's just
180.
when he, in the two 180s he's hit in the last 4 visits, there's just been a lovely rhythm from dart 1 all the way
57.
through to dart 3.
Not to mention the fact that the 180s that have been hit have been concentrated in the middle of the bed as well.
80.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but of all of the players that I've seen in this series, there are 2 over the last 2 weeks
96.
who like to get to the oki a lot quicker than others. One of them is Jelle Klaassen. He's always done that. But sneakily,
43.
look at Adam Mould in the next visit. He can't wait to throw. It's as if he's saying to Cam, get out the way. It's my turn. It's my turn.
44.
Yeah, he's there. He's actually... you can have your feet on the exclusion zone, but
98.
you can't have a foot or both feet fully in there until the last dart.
100.
Yeah, he's actually encroaching. It doesn't seem to be bothering Cam Crabtree. What would be bothering him is
60.
how well Mould's playing at the moment.
He's definitely coming back at Cam, isn't he?
60. Adam, you require 40.
Definitely imposing himself in this game now.
Game shot on the fourth
As
leg.
he has with
Adam
that
Mould.
16 dart leg. It's being played at a very even level now.
Yeah, 16 and 16, the opening
Fifth leg, it's Cam
2
to throw
legs
first.
for
Game
Crabtree.
on.
15 and 16 for Adam Mould. The average is 88.06 for Crabtree. Mould 88.69.
100.
Can you think of any other sports stars that rhyme with mould? There's a very famous Arsenal defender called Steve
85.
that rhymes with mould. Steve Bold.
Oh, I was going to take a guess.
He's got no hair, but they didn't
140.
care. Stevie Bold.
Martin Gould, the snooker player.
Very good.
$58.
Neil Folds, sort of.
Sort of. I'll give you that one. He's a plural because he's got an S at the end. Good pundit in the snooker.
Yeah, he's brilliant. Lovely guy as well.
56.
He loves his darts, doesn't he?
Well, snooker and darts goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
140.
They just can't be separated, these two. It's a fabulous battle.
100.
Stone Cold.
Stone Cold Jim Long.
Yeah.
He looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin. And he's the one that's saying to everybody else, you can just have all this pressure yesterday and today. I'm sitting
83.
in my bed, eh?
Can you require
And
105?
just chilling, waiting for Saturday. No shot at double 16. So Mould
97.
with 135.
Can you require 135.
Regardless of what he gets with the first dart, if it's a 25 or a 50, he's looking to get an end to this leg, which he's not going to at this visit.
He'd have done well to
63.
hit a ball with that 25. He couldn't have placed it in a worse spot.
Double 2.
Game
Advantage
shot on the
Cam.
fifth leg. Cam Crabtree.
Gets his nose back in front after being pegged back.
I'm trying to figure out, and
See if
if there's anybody watching today, please get in touch with us, which is at MSS Darts on X and our other social
95.
media channels. We want to know the story behind Shazam, because the last time he was here, he wasn't called this. What's happened since then?
Is he,
140.
Is he taken up some form of magic? Has he become a magician? And maybe he's become a wizard.
123.
Like Whitlock.
Or Colin.
Yeah.
100.
Maybe he's into Harry Potter.
Wouldn't surprise me. Or maybe he just likes pressing app buttons to find out what certain tracks are. Because that's a very famous app, isn't it?
180.
Are we going to go to a final leg? It could depend on this visit here. And the next one.
I think this is going all 7.
84. And we require 103.
I think this game really does deserve a last leg shootout. It's been a really good contest.
It's been an honest game, this one, hasn't it? Not too many missed darts at doubles. They both scored
43.
well.
And in these games, more often than not, it comes down to one moment of pure genius or somebody's error.
60. And we require 60.
It could even be both. Double 10.
Game
Very good find for Adam Mould. So no mistake from him.
Denying Crabtree the opportunity of that brilliance you mentioned, Paul.
7th and final leg, it's Cam to throw.
Yeah, because he would have fancied that 117.
Game on.
This is a test for the 20-year-old. And he's very, very aware of what's happening in this table. He knows that if he takes this leg and then wallops Connor Hopkins, then high Saturday.
140.
It's going to be difficult with Mould finding 2 treble visits more often now than
58.
at any point in the match. In fact, Crabtree's got no 180s, whereas Mould's got 3. And he can't
41.
take full advantage of getting the darts with that first visit. So a little bit of a let-off for Cam, who has not tasted defeat today. He's
60.
beaten Tommy Morris 4-2 and Rennie Idams 4-1. He's beaten 2 of his other rivals for the top 2 spots. Is he going to falter against one of the others? Monstrous.
Yeah, huge.
180.
That's a 4th, Paul. He's going to have to follow it with something big. And he's not going to be on a finish, so Mould
58.
has 2 visits to take care of 140 for a huge win.
Well, that's 116, isn't it?
84.
That visit has turned out pretty well in the end.
That final dart, wow. And now the
58.
trebles have deserted him.
Adam require 56.
In fact, that's his 4th consecutive visit, Paul, without a treble.
Double top for Adam.
Game
He wins the match with a corking last leg in 14 darts. And now, the task for Crabtree, he does have Connor Hopkins next, and that will be a must-win game for him. And how big is that game going to be for him against Tingstrom in game 13 all of a sudden? I don't think he's going to get the job done with a game to spare anymore, but Mould is now back towards the top in 2nd position over Tommy Morris, courtesy of that 4-3 win against Cam Crabtree. When we come back, Victor Tingstrom against Rennie Idams for the last time this week.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Thank you for joining us again, everybody. This one, you might think, is a battle between two players that have struggled this week. But I assure you, in this Group C complexity, that this game is rather big for this man, the Cube. Because if he can beat Victor Tingstrom, he will join 3 other players on 10 points in the table. Victor Tingstrom has the tiniest of hopes of getting through the group, but honestly, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because it's so unlikely. But this game is all about Rene Idams. If he doesn't beat Victor Tingstrom, he is going to be behind Morris, Mould and Crabtree at the end of 3 rounds. With 2 games to go, Mace, things are getting super tight.
57.
Well, we suggested yesterday, around about this time, that the final match of the session could decide the progress of either player. Now, for that to happen, certainly for Rene Idams, he has to win this match because he faces Tommy Morris in his final match. In between that, he faces Adam Mould, who was very impressive last time out against Crabtree, winning 4-3.
So let's paint a bit of a picture here for everybody tuning in. If Idams was to win by, let's say, 4 legs to 2, which is not out of the question, he would go to 10 points and a leg difference of +5, which is exactly the same as Tommy Morris in 3rd position. That would give us 4 players on the same points at the top of the table, and there would be 2 legs separating 4 players.
Just how we like it. If you are just joining us for the first time, there is the final European Tour of the year. It's got underway a couple of hours ago. I will, as promised, give you a rundown of the results so far, of which there is a very interesting
56. René 108.
And I'll do that at the start of the next leg. We'll see this one out. Double 18. Oh, sorry, I was looking at 96.
38. Victor 96.
Well, we may see double 18 if it's a 20 here. No such drama.
Beautiful. From the first leg.
Yeah, so Boris Krčmář beat Ryan Joyce 6-4. Lukeman beat Rasmus 6-5. Killington, despite a 9 from Scott Waite, got the better of Scott Waite 6-5. Lennon defeats Marcus Kirchman 6-3. Suter with a much-needed win over Sedlacek 6-1. Nico Kurtz, a player that myself and Nico rate quite highly. He took care of Slevin 6-2. And one for us down here. A player in Champions Week, the record-holding average player from the Super Series, Daryl Pilgrim, beat Jeff Smith 6-1 with 102 average.
There were times when if you got an associate member qualifier, you'd be rubbing your hands.
140.
Now you get people like Scott Williams from last year, and you get Daryl Pilgrim this year, and
69.
It's a very different kettle of fish now. And Jeff Smith has flown all the way from Canada to be done by Mr. P in 7 legs.
134 and Eric 156.
Yes, he is, however, going to make the trip probably Sunday back to the
86.
UK because it's
Require
Players'
87.
Championships next week, isn't it?
Indeed.
Does it start on
Wednesday,
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
Correct. 99.
83.
Not the first time he's done that
And
this
Eric
week.
66.
He does have a symptom of letting that dart go a little bit too late. Renee needs double 18. I emphasise the
48.
word needs.
And of course, those
require
final
4.
Players' Championships, there's positions available to get into the Players' Championship finals down in Minehead. That's got it. Is it?
2.
Oh, I thought it was in.
So did I.
Rene require 18.
I was waiting for Owen.
Game shot on
That's
the
in.
second leg. Rene
How big
Adams.
could that leg turn out to be in 10 minutes or so?
Phil gets Victor to throw first. Game on.
When they played yesterday, Idams won by 4 legs to 3. It was a very even contest. But throughout the week,
100.
it's been a bit up and down because that game was a bit fiery yesterday. Idams was showing a little bit of aggression because I think his
60.
urgency levels went up. But if you look at earlier in the week, Tingstrom won 3 straight in Group A.
57.
What Rennie would give for any win here. At least if he does win, it's still in his hands because his run-in includes 2 players that
140.
are potentially in that fight as well. So as well as getting points for himself, he could be depriving others. I think in the run-in,
44.
I'd rather play people like that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's like Man City playing Liverpool at the end of the Premier League season.
30.
You're not just getting 3 points for yourself if you win, but you're depriving the other team. It's the classic six-pointer.
Yeah.
45.
Rene here, after being gifted that second leg, will begin to feel, right, this could be my day.
97.
Remember, it's the only the top 2 from this Group C that join
85.
Jim, and he's safely through, isn't he? He's got his feet up. He may be watching. Afternoon, Jim. Hope you're enjoying the
94.
delights
Require
of Portsmouth.
170.
Might have been watching his pal Jeff Smith getting done by
Yeah.
Mr. P. Bullseye.
145.
Just off the mark. You can see how much you
Rene
wanted it.
require 80.
It's one for the highlight reel, isn't it?
Game face on for Idams,
60.
but not game shot.
Picture required 25.
There's another low single.
9.
And Vital misses at double.
Rene
Give
required
Idams
20.
another chance. Tingstrom has had 9 darts at double in this contest to Rene's 3. But it's Idams who hits the front.
Rene Idams.
Gritting his teeth. He is fully aware of what's going on this table.
Look, it's Rene to throw first.
And I think Victor is starting to realise just how close he's been to getting part of this
55.
fight over the last couple of days. But ultimately, he's just left himself way too much to do.
96.
I think if we're going to get another Sweden Champions Week, it's going to be all down to Oskar Lukasiak later, who, got to be honest, was very impressive after losing his first game last night.
140.
Went on to win 6 points in Group B, and the culmination of that will start at 10 p.m. tonight. You got Jim
60.
McEwen on 8 points, Lukasiak on 6. Dan Reed on 4 after winning his first half of play last night, but losing his second half. And then Kieran Tian winning the last game of the night against Dmitry Zhukov, who wound up pointless at around about 1:45 a.m.
58.
This is where Idams has got to take charge. Doesn't matter what Victor does. Idams has just got to be better. Each and every
100.
leg, because of this leg difference scenario in the table, it's vital. If he goes on to win this match, but loses this leg,
46.
or another leg, it might be the difference between qualification and elimination.
Yep.
59.
Exactly that. I called it quite early. I think a defeat here and mathematically can still qualify, of course, but for me, unlikely.
87. 39.
Crucial
Which
will
require 130.
Well, one of the games I'm particularly looking at, the opening game of the session yesterday, where he was edged out 4-3 by Tommy
René
Morris.
required
That
48.
game could come back to haunt him, Nico.
Absolutely. He'll get another reaction here if he takes the 48. Sandwich shot.
32. Victory required 25.
Tingstrom's already missed this in the game. He's missed 9 darts at double, and this is double 11.
It's a bit different.
Game shot on the
But it
fourth
works.
leg. Victor Tingstrom.
He looks a little embarrassed by that. I think he's a bit of a character as Victor, you know.
If it's Victor to throw
But
first.
that was
Game
definitely
on.
not on purpose. That was an accidental 25. But I want to take you back a few weeks when we had a really good Group A.
96.
And I just want to hammer home the point of how close a campaign can be. It was a week
59.
where we saw a certain Steve West. We saw Wesley Harms.
100.
And on finals night, we saw Conan Whitehead win through to Champions Week again. Now, looking at
39.
West and Harms in their Group A campaign, they did wind up on the same amount of points in Group A. The same amount of
100.
legs in leg difference. The same amount of legs won. They finished in second and third position. Now, it just so happens that they both went through to Group B.
140.
Steve would qualify for Champions Night, and you know the rest with Conan winning. But the point I'm trying to make is, over 3 days,
105.
Harms and West could not be separated by anything but average. What's to say that doesn't happen today?
Well, there's every chance when we look over the
40.
table as it
Victory
stands.
require 100.
And just to give you an insight into what they got, because Victor's not going to take the
84.
100. West and Harms got 18 points each. They had a leg difference of +3 each and had won 46 legs each.
140.
And then it was West who had the better
Required
average,
16.
who qualified in second position.
Game
That
shot on
double
the
8 for
fifth
Victor
leg.
Tingstrom
Victor Tingstrom.
is nothing but bad news for Idams. But you wouldn't think it because all Victor's doing is smiling.
Well, he knows he's basically playing for pride and he's playing with a bit of freedom, maybe.
85.
He can enjoy these matches today. There's no pressure on them.
He's playing that way. Some people play better
100.
when they've got that element of freedom. I think Victor, I haven't quite figured him out yet. I don't know whether he plays better with freedom or with intensity or somewhere
60.
in between. But what I will say is that he's had a lot more darts at double in this contest than Rennie has. So a 3-2 lead is fair.
100.
to bulldoze his way through those two darts. It didn't work. And there could be a lot in René's way
46.
to making Saturday. He would love to make it to Saturday once again for another crack at Champions Week. It did not work out for him last time.
85.
And this is all in preparation for that German Super League title, which he's looking to get once again next month.
57.
Which is one of the marathon formats in World Darts.
$58.
Firmly advantaged Tingstrom, you feel. You'd rather have 198 in most spots when your opponent is on a big out.
60.
But maybe Idams has got a marginal advantage now,
153.
courtesy of that troubleless visit. It's got a switch, but doesn't.
60.
That was immensely stubborn on the treble 20. Had he gone for a 25,
60.
he'd be sitting on 88 right now, which is a lot more gettable than 93. Those are the decisions you've got to make in these spots. And the double-double doesn't pay off, which means he's now possibly going to face
78.
a match dart from the Swede. Double 14. That's the way to do it.
On the match.
A
Victor
valuable
Tingstrom.
defeat for the Q, because now he knows he's going to have to win his last two matches to qualify. Victor Tingstrom with a little bit of flair at the end there with bull double 14 for 78. And he's caused problems for René now with that 4-2 victory. When we come back, it will be Connor Hopkins with his penultimate match here at the Super Series here in Week 10, taking on Cam Crabtree, who simply needs to win, and he might need to win by a margin.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Victor Tingstrom get the better of René Idams by 4-2. That rounds off the third round of fixtures for the day. Prior to that, we saw Adam Mould get the better of Cam Crabtree by 4-3, and Tommy Morris a 4-0 victor against Connor Hopkins. So those are the results then from that previous round of fixtures. Let's see then how the table looks as a consequence of it, because as you can see, there's a three-way tie for the lead. Cam Crabtree, Adam Mould and Tommy Morris all on 10 points, and all separated by just a couple of legs as well in terms of the legs difference. So that could be oh so important as you head towards the finishing line. First out to bat in this next round of fixtures, it is Cam Crabtree in action against Connor Hopkins. And watching this one down in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, it's been a tough day so far for this young man, Connor Hopkins. The same can't really be said for Cam Crabtree. Played 3, won 2, only narrowly beaten by Adam Mould in the game he was defeated in, 4-3. But a win here And he goes, well, it's in his hands, effectively. He wins his final
First leg, it's
2
Cam to throw
matches.
first. Game on.
And he will be on 14 points. Adam Mould can get there.
94.
Tommy Morris can get there. Rennie Adams can only get to 12.
Yeah, he's in real trouble now. You just reminded me of a very
40.
famous song. I don't think it's got the same ring to it if we put a bit of Super Series vernacular into it. He's got the whole group
59.
in his hands.
Yes, yes, he has. And, of course, those behind him have played Connor
51.
Hopkins, with the exception of Adam Mould. So they've had that benefit of, sadly for Connor, defeating him to 0.
96.
And if Crabtree does that here, he really is in pole position.
Well, that's his job, isn't it? I hate to sound like Roy Keane.
44.
But
no, you're right.
His job in this game is to win to 0 because everybody else has. You've got to be ruthless, unsympathetic, and you've got to put your foot on his throat. Not literally. Metaphorically, you've just got to pound him into the ground.
Yeah.
83.
And no doubt there will be he will put an arm around Connor Hopkins back in the practice area. That's one thing I have noticed, which is very refreshing. The players that have had a tough time here, the players do rally around them and give them a lift and words of encouragement, which is lovely to see.
Absolutely.
43. Can be required 32.
Good sportsmanship, as well as being a ruthless sports person in the arena.
A bit of class
The first
isn't
leg.
a sign of weakness, is it? It's a sign of quality.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first.
We saw somebody struggling last week in the shape of Willem Mandigas. We'll see him again because it was just a blip.
28.
But this is just the start of Connor's career. These are just the roots he's putting down. As for how tall he's going to bloom,
140.
and how many green leaves there are going to be, and nice branches in the years to come, we just don't know. But it's all about making good choices
39.
over the next few years. Cam is already 2 years ahead of him and starting to reap the benefits of good decisions he's made in the last 2 years.
55.
So he could see himself in a very similar position to Cam in 2 or 3 years. So he's not a bad yardstick.
Yeah, exactly that.
39.
He should use him as inspiration. Well, there is so many good youngsters to look up to now.
96.
For those coming through the JDC system.
Oh, some of them are so small, you might have to look down to them. There was even somebody, I believe, at a very big event recently who needed a stool to get the darts at the board.
Yeah, I did when I first started playing. Used to have one under the board that I used to just
96.
step onto to get them out.
Much better.
133.
Crabtree could even use that route himself if he so wishes. He's going to go tradish, as a Gen Z would say it.
74.
I don't particularly like words like traditional being halted. Firmly on my soapbox right now. It's traditional.
85.
The moment I see tradish in the English dictionary, I'm going to walk away. Double 10.
20. Can I require 147?
That's a nice second dart.
93.
And a much better visit. He hasn't really
20.
found any scoring in this game at all until now.
And when did axe
Game shot
become
the
a thing
second
instead
leg.
of ask?
Sam Crabtree.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Another one of my pet hates that.
Now, I want to ask you a question about the shades of
Game on.
young Connor here. Now, I'm going out on a limb, and please correct me if I'm wrong. It obviously has Welsh colours.
44.
It has a Welsh influence, but it does not have a Liverpool look as well. You know, the old school 80s Liverpool shirt.
With the collar?
Yeah, with the crown paints on it. It looks like the same shirt.
Well, there is an emblem on the pocket. I'm just wondering if it is some
47.
form of team shirt. Can you see it? There's a badge there, isn't there?
There is a badge.
I wonder if it's a county shirt, maybe.
58.
Might have to go and ask him, because he tends to walk around the stage quite rapidly. Not as rapidly as Tommy Morris.
140.
Cam won't be happy with his level of performance in this game, but he will be happy with what is happening. That is a Welsh Darts Organisation badge.
57.
So it must be a team shirt.
44.
This is a really interesting game from a point of view that I would like to make here, because you expect to win this game 4-0 with the way that Connor's playing.
95.
But you cannot take your foot off the gas. You've got to remain intense. The moment you start relaxing too much, this happens.
84.
Yeah, you can't. You need to stay on it. You can't switch off.
Do you know what we used to get? Around about 15 years ago, we started playing Players' Championships, and there was no tour card system. There were people who would turn up because they wanted to play on the tour. They had enough money to do it. And with all due respect to some of those players who shall remain nameless, they weren't good enough for the tour.
82.
If you got them in the first round, everybody's attitude was, I'm going to beat you to 0. I'm going to beat you without losing a leg. And that had to be your attitude, because otherwise
57.
you'd just be lazy.
Cammy requires 60.
Double top for 3-0. The job done in leg 3. I like the fact he's talking to himself.
20.
He's trying to maintain intensity.
Can I require 136?
This would be pretty intense if this goes. Which it's not. Right then, Nico. James Richardson just sent a lovely message. He's back next week,
46.
of course, in
Can we require 40?
Group
I think he's in C, isn't he?
Game shot on the
Cam
third leg.
makes it 3-0.
Cam Crabtree.
Unfortunately, James, myself and Nico are having a week off of sorts. He says he's bringing the Malta piece of rock instead of chalk. Ask Nico. He knows about that one.
I certainly do. He discovered this
45.
rock of chalk when he was on holiday, and he thought, well, that looks pretty good for grip. And on the European tour, he was walking on the stage with this big hump of white stuff.
100.
And we thought, what's that? And he told us a story about, he was walking past, I think it was a skip one day, and he saw this big lump of chalk, and he thought, yeah, that'll be good for grip. I'll take that.
100.
And also,
45.
Tell Paul it was candy, not crown paints.
Oh, okay.
27.
He's right. He's absolutely right. They were an appliance company, weren't they? They did fridges and things like that.
85.
My mistake. I went too far back. That was the era of Ian Rush and Jan Molby and people like that. Craig Johnston.
45.
Remember him? Remember Craig Johnston? He was an Australian player from around 1985-86, and he was most famous, not for playing for Liverpool, but for inventing the Predator boot for Adidas.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he invented the system for the toes that were
I remember
slightly
them
ribbed.
boots. They were the
43.
They were the in thing.
Can we require 170?
There's only one Predator in this game, and that's Cam Crabtree.
57.
There was a risk that this one was not going to be pretty, but Cam just needs the 4 legs in the bank. And if he gets them, which is looking very likely here,
45.
he puts so much pressure on Mould, Morris and Idams. The only game that Cam's got left is against Victor Tingstrom, who
45.
is already gone.
Well,
95.
this should be
Cammy requires 68.
just about it, and it's, in terms of scoreline, perfect for Crabtree, but he's
going to require 101.
giving Hopkins opportunities he shouldn't be giving him because, like we've already said, needs
49.
to win this one 4-0.
Cammy required 32.
Darts can be weird sometimes. You can lose with an average in the mid-90s, but win with one in the mid-70s.
Shot and the match.
It's a case of job done for Cam
Crabtree.
Crabtree. He knows that Connor's been struggling today. He hasn't won a leg through his first few rounds, but ultimately Shazam does get the 4 legs he needed. His leg difference is now plus 11. His points total, most importantly, is 12. And he wins that contest by 4 legs to 0.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. Time to see what happens next in this Group C incredible group, because we've just seen Cam Crabtree go to 12 points. He's now 2 points ahead of Tommy Morris. And now it's up to Tommy to put pressure on Mould and to Idams, because if he goes to 12 points, that's the mark that Idams can only get to if he wins his final 2 matches.
Looks like it's Tommy to throw first.
And if you have a game in hand in your last match, which Tommy could have and Cam Crabtree could have, then this picture
26.
is starting to get very, very clear. We aren't that far removed from a Victor Tingstrom
60.
victory over Rennie Idams, which I suppose, when we look about today, it's probably the most important
80.
victory of the day.
Yeah, thus far. Although this is massive for Tommy. It's quite simply a must-win match.
140.
And Adam Mould is in that territory in the following match against Rennie Idams.
60.
I've got a little bit of insight, apparently, about the Shazam nickname of Cam Crabtree. Don't look too eager, Mace. It's not that good. Apparently, he was asked about his nickname, and he was told that he needed
60.
one, and he got some advice about it, and they came across that as the best one.
Oh.
Wow, that's a great story.
60.
That's like putting your kid in bed at around about 6:30. Mummy, Daddy, can I have a story? Once upon a time, the end.
57.
That's what that was like.
Yeah, that's rubbish. It is rubbish, isn't it? I'm disappointed. I
93.
really wanted something that was, just mean something. Nicknames have got to mean something.
Because if you keep
41.
getting better and you keep getting exposure to TV cameras and reporters and things like that, they're all going to ask you,
100.
where did you get your nickname? You're going to have a story with it.
143.
Just make one up.
I don't suppose everybody can have a nickname like the Sweet Ferret,
60.
which is
Tommy
what
require 82.
another Swede has got.
I mean, it's a word used to introduce an extraordinary deed, story, or transformation. Well, it's not even a cool story.
Sorry, Cam, I've got to go Mace on this
42.
one. We'll get
require
you
83.
one, mate. We'll get you one.
Nice second dart. Gets him a shot at double 9 for the leg. Could he be the spoiler?
65.
Now, if he suddenly
Tommy require 40.
dyed his hair blue and red and got a Mohican, you could go Shazam, because that kind of transformation of appearance is what the word means.
Game shot on the first leg.
As Tommy Morris takes
Tommy
that
Morris.
first leg in 23 darts, I've known Chris Mason quite a lot of years, and that's the most flamboyant I've ever seen him.
Second against Victor to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's a quarter of the way there.
Well, could we do something about CC?
60.
You know how his initials are CC, and that's got something to do with motor vehicles and motorbikes.
Yes. Yeah, cubic capacity.
58.
So he could be a cube.
Yeah, call him the engine. Ivor. If he was Welsh.
You see, should spend a bit more time with us. We'd come up with a better nickname than Shazam.
125.
But then again, Connor Hopkins hasn't done anything to do with fellow Welshman Anthony Hopkins, so
140.
And Tommy must go 19s
60.
after surviving a leg losing dart at the end of the last one on double 9 from
99.
Victor. I do think, just like you, Chris, that if Tommy was to make the top 2, that he'd bring a fair few souls here tomorrow night.
Yeah, for sure.
See that QR
45.
code? You could join them.
For £2.
Small booking fee. Get yourself down. Very well-priced drinks and a
100.
great atmosphere at a very unique darts venue here in Portsmouth on London Road. We hope we can make it.
Is it still 3 drinks for a tenner? Well, there you go. A night out for £12. If you can
59.
find me
Tommy
a
require
better night
104.
out with live sport for £12, let me know and I'll take Nico.
Can't wait. Deep in thought.
Game
And
shot
very
on the
good in
second
execution
leg.
for 2-0.
Tommy
All of a
Morris.
sudden, Tommy Morris is making his presence felt.
Yeah, this is good.
Phil gets Tommy to throw first.
Should call
Game
him
on.
Santa Claus. He's making his presence felt.
135.
I can't believe I just mentioned Christmas. One of our backroom staff's going to be so
60.
pleased about that.
Well, I've got to decorate the pub next week for Halloween, and
60.
then I've already had the talk from Charlotte. Where are we putting the Christmas tree? I'm like, no. Because, oh no, we can't just have Christmas downstairs in the pub. We've got to have Christmas
60.
upstairs in the house above the pub.
Are you going to be open on Christmas Day?
44.
We are, yeah. Yeah, 11 till 3.
So you're going to have to work on Christmas Day.
Oh no, I'm up in the kitchen, mate, with a nice glass of vino,
There you go.
doing Christmas
100.
dinner.
Delegation City. Well done. I wonder what Tommy's going to be doing for Christmas.
58.
Probably digesting what happened at Ali Pali over the 2 weeks before Christmas. Maybe getting some inspiration for his future.
Well, literally,
98.
it's actually just a couple of days off from me and you working together down at Ali Pali. Come home, cook Christmas dinner, and drive back down to London.
Pretty much.
80.
Best not mention Ali Pali around Scott Mitchell, one of Tommy's close county pals. Had a bit of a nightmare when he went there, didn't he? With Chris Landman.
Yeah.
100.
We've all had one at Ali Pali.
Oh, yes.
Theatre of Dreams.
I'm still the recipient of losing to the oldest person ever to win a game at Ali Pali.
Mr. Magoo.
Certainly was. John McGowan. What a
91.
wonderful man.
Victor required 83.
So he is.
What a fine dart player too.
Where have we been before with 83? Oh, that's right. 99 in the first leg.
Game shot.
But he gets it this
leg.
time.
Victor Tingstrom.
Is it Victor that's going to become
4th leg, it's Victor
the
to throw
spoiler?
first. Game on.
Great name, isn't it? It's got real zap about it.
Mr. Stormting.
140.
His name has got about as much impact as his darts hitting the board.
140.
See, if I was him, I'd call myself the Cyclone or the Tornado. And if anybody asked, he could just say, well, look at my name. It's a Stormting.
57.
Well, if you think about inclement weather when it comes to darts nicknames, we've got a few.
100.
Clonocyclone with Mickey Mansell. You've got a Hurricane and Kim Hybrecht. Any others?
Do we have a Whirlwind?
$95.
Don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
Well, we've got the Freeze. Could
Yeah,
be.
that'll do. Well, it is getting very
140.
wintry. That's Danny Noppert.
If I was Victor, I'd be Victor the Whirlwind Tingstrom. Now that's a great story. How'd you get that nickname?
99. Tommy Rock 121.
We'll give Cam a new nickname if he wins this week. We'll call him the winner.
Week 10.
Tommy Morris could still get that too. He's still in hunt of the bullseye. Doesn't get it this time, but it is
96.
closer than last time.
110.
Is he going to look at the 19s here? He constantly is looking down on this shot, which usually indicates a treble 19. First port of call. Double top.
90.
He's trying to make that his
Tommy
last
required
port of
25.
call. Notice how he stops every time he's on an important double shot. Can he find a 3-1 lead?
17.
He's getting plenty of
Victor
opportunities.
required 20.
15 darts at double in his first 2 games, followed by another 13 in his next game. And he's already had 8 in this one. So every game, he's getting plenty of chances.
Game shot.
But he's tied now, and Victor's
Victor
causing havoc.
Tingstrom. Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
I
Game
did say to you earlier in the week, didn't I, that camouflage is banned in certain parts of the Caribbean. So if he was to go there, he wouldn't be able to wear his dart
140.
shirt to be a storm ting.
93.
They don't like storms over there anyway. They're just too destructive.
125.
That's what you want to be on the dartboard. And nobody's caused more damage around that treble 20 this week than this guy, that's for sure. Because of the sheer pace that he throws the darts at.
94.
He throws them harder than most people who have graced this venue.
140.
There can't be many players who throw them quicker than Tommy Morris, that's for sure. Maybe Alexander Merckx from last week, who set that 5 minutes 41 record for a single game here at the Super Series.
96.
I'm not entirely sure if that will ever be beaten. There is a limit as to how quick a game can be, and I suppose the scary thing is
80.
that game could have been 15 seconds quicker. So maybe what I've just said is a complete fib. Not this week. It's not going to be broken this
60.
week.
Tommy requires
But it's
16.
not about speed right now. It's about getting in front.
Game
And he
shot
is
on
in
the
front.
fifth leg. Tommy Morris.
His leg difference before this started was +5.
Sixth leg, it's Victor to throw first.
Crabtree is now
Game
at +11. It may just be Morris saying to himself, keep the points rolling in, keep your leg difference
30.
rolling in a positive manner, and pray that Rennie Idams can
60.
beat Mould next. That would be the ideal result for Crabtree and Morris. But if Mould wins again, we are going to the last round. And
96.
hand on heart, hand on head, I kind of wanted to go to the last round.
Absolutely.
60.
He's got Tommy at it here, hasn't he?
100.
I knew that Victor was going to have some sort of bearing on this group at some point.
140.
But how much of a bearing in this game? Adam Mould's watching on in the practice room thinking, come on, Victor.
Yeah.
55.
Now, is that 55? An opening. I can't find the
45.
trouble. Could have been his opportunity to get it wrapped up here. And now.
60.
That's not bad. Gets him in 2-dart range. Victor's over the top, so Morris dearly wants this done.
140.
He does not want to go to a last leg decider. This is for the win. And a vital kick of leg difference in the right direction. He needs mistakes from the Swede.
Victory required 20.
And based on what we've seen so far in this game, he's 2 out of 6. So he should hit this.
Game
and
shot
he
on the
does,
sixth flag.
without pause.
Victor Tingstrom.
One of the biggest legs of this group is about to happen. And it's very similar to what we saw in Game 6 between Mould and Tingstrom. And on that occasion, it was Adam that won. This whole group for qualification could come down to whether Mould won his 7th leg against the Swede and whether Tommy does as well.
And you won't want to be seeing that.
140.
Well, Callum's been in touch via Instagram. He said you've got Tsunami Jason Heaver
100
and Blizzard Harold Lettinger.
Oh, Harold Leitinger from Austria. Yeah. He wasn't so much a blizzard when he came to the tour. He was more of a sprinkle.
39.
Like a draft.
Bit of a chilly draft. Oh boy, how key was that last start? Otherwise, he could have been sitting on 2-6-1, only a dart ahead, but now he's a visit ahead of sorts.
140.
Under pressure. What a visit.
140.
He will get a look at the 81. It was a huge argument for 25 and bull with the last start. But he's not an advanced counter
60.
like some other players are.
Tommy require 81.
Plays the game in a very conventional way. But this would be the ideal shot. He knows how big this is.
Game
You
shot
can
and
see
the
how big
match.
it is to him.
Tommy
A
Morris.
4-3 win for Tommy the Gun Morris puts him on 12 points alongside Cam Crabtree, and he's in charge of his own destiny at the minute. You can see that that game was very hardly fought by both players, but now we turn our attention to game 12. Huge match between Adam Mould and Rennie Idams. It's all up to you, Adam. If you want to join the cabal on 12 points, you've got to beat the German.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
Thanks for coming back to us with this last fourth round match, which, quite frankly, couldn't be any bigger at this stage. It's all the pressure on Adam Mould right now, but don't forget about Rennie Idams, who, if he wins by a distance in this
Firstly, it's
game,
Adam to throw first.
might
Game
even
on.
be in with a chance of getting in the back door. Because we've paid so much attention to Mould, to Morris, to Crabtree, that we've almost forgotten about the fact that Rennie Idams can still sneak in.
140.
But it's going to have to be with results going his way.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to win this one and
100.
win it quite big. He would then have to beat Tommy Morris. He would then be on 12 points, keep Tommy on 12 points, but would overtake him on leg difference.
97.
If Mould loses here, he would remain on 10 points. But he plays Connor Hopkins.
96.
He needs somebody to do him a favour. It would have to come from either Hopkins or Tingstrom, and that is a considerable ask in this group, considering they've been cut adrift for a while.
60.
Yeah.
That's why the German is currently trying to swim against the tide of syrup. It's not going very quickly.
98.
In a force 9 gale.
Doesn't sound like,
with lead boots on.
doesn't sound like a very nice thing to do, does it? Although I do know...
60.
But we did suggest that maybe one of Tingstrom and Hopkins could become the ultimate spoiler.
96. And I'm going to 144.
Well, here's the thing. If Mould wins this game, it's a 3-horse race.
87.
Yep, going into the
And you're
final
recording
3
111.
games.
Simple. 3 players on the same points, barely separated on leg difference, all playing one match left.
44. And I'm recording
Nobody playing
57.
each other.
Yeah, it's going to be top 3 against bottom 3 potentially.
Game shot
Good
on the
start
first leg.
from
Adam
a
Mould.
previous weekly champion.
Both are.
Indeed. Yesterday when they played,
Same
it was
as Renee
4-3
to throw
Idams.
first.
Just a little bit more motivation for Adam. He'd like to get one back on Renier. And to be the one that sends him packing on Saturday instead of Sunday. Interesting stance that Adam has. I don't know about you, Mace, but I think there's a lot of pressure on that lead knee. That side foot, same as Renier.
Yeah, there's a lot of stress going on the ankle and the ligaments in the ankle.
But look at that from Adam. That knee actually looks like it's pressed back.
Yes, locked in.
That doesn't look comfortable to me. You've got to be careful with things like that because tendons and ligaments and joints can be put into locked positions and create additional stress in the rest of your body.
Yeah, ACL trouble. And he does seem to bear all his weight down on there. On that side, should be a pretty even balance, shouldn't it, across both feet to give you some form of stability.
If you look at the right knee of Renier,
122.
it's actually bent the other way, which means that a lot more of the pressure goes to the foot and the thigh. You're taking the pressure away from the knee joint.
Doesn't Simon Whitlock bend his lead leg?
79.
Yeah, and he goes up on his tiptoes.
I suppose at his size, he can afford to bend his knee. I don't think majority players would want to be lower down.
This leg is not over yet,
when he required 20.
but it might be in a second.
Game shot
it's right in the corner. How many times this week has he split that shot?
Yeah, he's been low and left has been the theme up there.
I think Renier is starting to understand via the body language that I'm reading that his predicament is fairly bleak.
Yeah, winning may not be enough.
140. $57. 41.
I'm just looking at where the cube is from. He's actually from a town that isn't that far from Dortmund.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just south of Dortmund, in fact.
77.
Some interesting towns around Dortmund. There's one called Ham, one called Bork. Sounds like pork. Not far from Bochum, which you know quite well.
Yeah, that's where the German Open was staged for many, many years. I'm not sure if it's still there. Fabulous Argentinian steakhouse right across the road from the hotel. I don't remember anything about the venue. I can remember playing in the pairs one year, getting dumped first round, and just spent the day marking for Andy Jenkins and Colin Monk. I'm pretty sure they went on to win it.
Do you know what, Mace? One of the first tales I heard from the tour when I was growing up was from Gary Robson, who said German Open's a great one because of the Argentinian steakhouse. It's all everybody talks about when it comes to Bochum.
60.
Yeah, well, we all used to stay in the same hotel, and literally it was right on the edge of town, and it was directly across the road.
Oh, hello. 150 out on double 18.
Game shot in the third leg.
Beauty.
Adam Mould.
Absolutely stunning finish.
Bold from Mould.
He's going for gold.
Through first.
Where's Henry Kelly when you need him?
60.
By the way, our horse is called Henry Deacon, not Henry Kelly. He was born well after Going for Gold was cancelled, which was a crime. Great game shot.
95.
That 2-1 lead for Mould. Wow, that shot, his best of the week. That will make him feel gigantic.
Yeah, the flights are from a game show, aren't they? From Rennie Edams. Blockbuster.
Indeed.
Another old classic.
100.
Just doing a little bit of research about Hagen. the hometown of Rennie Adams.
100.
It's got an open air museum, collection of historical industrial facilities, trades such as printing, brewing, smithing, milling, and many
98.
others are represented, not only with static displays, but as living, working operations that visitors in some cases can participate in. That sounds like my kind of thing, actually.
60.
I'd enjoy that.
I'll have to ask Rennie about it.
Bet he's been there on a school
95.
trip.
Probably.
Sounds a bit school trippy.
Then about the local area. They've got some great industrial
13.
facilities from
Local
yesteryear that you can
113.
tour. Some great artworks in certain places. Great country, Germany.
Yeah, I absolutely love it there.
41.
I absolutely love their transport system. In fact, that's how me, Moza, and Pikey
100.
flying into
Requires
Frankfurt
72.
and then getting the train into Dortmund. It's just a wonderful experience.
Yeah, trains are wonderful. 72 checkouts are better.
Game
Its
shot
finishing
fourth
here
leg.
is outstanding.
Adam
3
Mould.
from 4. Yeah, they have double-decker buses over there. Double-decker trains over there.
Yeah. And you can travel
Fifth leg, it's
across
Adams to
the
throw
entire
first.
continent on the same trains. And they're always on time.
Oh, to the second. And when they say they're leaving,
41.
they leave.
I remember the first time I got a train in Germany, I actually said to the guard who spoke perfect English, "Am I sitting in the right section?"
81.
And she said, "Oh, yes, sir, this is second class."
I
It was
know.
better than the first class on any train I've ever been on in the UK.
60.
But you sense that Renier will be looking for the train
30.
schedule pretty soon because his elimination is imminent.
Yep.
And at the minute, we've got to look at this leg difference compared with Tommy Morris. Just a reminder, Morris has to wait until game 15 against Idams. He can do nothing about Mould and Crabtree.
He may be in a situation, Nico, where even winning
66.
4-0 might not be enough.
Correct. It might all be done before the last game. But imagine if Tommy Morris was in a position where he had to win by a
60.
margin and knew about it. And judging his character, he'll know exactly what he needs to do in that last
59.
game.
Yeah,
He will
well-
hunt us down and ask us.
He will be cheering on Rene here just to take some legs out of Mould.
I'm not sure it's going to happen.
100.
Mould's been too reliable on the outer ring. When he gets there, he takes it.
135.
That's a little bit better, though. He's got a chance of getting a second leg.
$45. Running require 130.
Good chance for Idams to get closer, to keep the match alive.
92.
Well, he's got a decision to make when he comes back with his angle of attack. Now that he is coming back, double 19 is not that inviting.
97. Running required 38.
That's what I'm talking about.
Game
But he
shot on
finds
the
a
fifth
perfect
leg.
dart to take a
Rene
second leg.
Adams.
And just how important could that be? Because the live leg difference as it stands now,
Fifth leg, it's
before this
Rene
match
to
is
throw
completed,
first. Game on.
Mould is still in the frame to win by 4-2 if he breaks in this sixth leg. But if it goes the distance, there's a risk that Mould and Morris could be
140.
tied or indeed only have one leg between them. Having the same points and being one leg ahead of your closest rival means that if you
140.
get a 4-0 win, you will not be caught.
$100.
He's found something here. Rene Adams is actually has the higher average of the two, 82.68. Well, he did have what a time
180.
to find the first max in the match.
Just when Adams was turning the screw a little bit.
140.
Great leg darts.
From both.
This is a world-class leg
21.
from two very good players. Watch out. Double 14.
107.
That might be the biggest dart that's been missed at a double in this group. Double 16 for Mould.
25.
But how big were they?
Is there going to be another twist in the tail?
Game shot on the sick flare.
He will not go quietly. And I don't mind that whatsoever, because he's probably so frustrated with this week that he just needed to let something out.
Agreed. And that was a 13 darter.
140.
Everybody heard that, including the next door neighbours. This is not a tickling contest. This is sport.
41.
And when points are on the line, yeah, that's fair enough. But pride is on the line as well. And Rennie Adams has got a lot of pride coming into this week because he is a former weekly champion. He desperately wants to get another crack at it, but 4-3 is just not going to be enough.
Yeah, and he'll be seriously frustrated with how his week has gone.
60.
If he does win 4-3 and gets to 10 points, we've still got this crazy situation that could happen. And if it does, we have the saying up the northeast that if that happens,
60.
I will strip down to my kecks in Phoenix Window. Crabtree could lose to Tingstrom, Mould could lose to Hopkins, and Idams could beat Morris. All three games going that way could give Idams a route through the trap door.
Can we change the shop to Super Drug? There's one just down the road.
Tops.
96.
Just call it Pooper Scooper Drug. You've been watching too many Jimmy Carr sketches, haven't you?
I have.
Well, Adams with the yelp at the end of the last leg.
Adam required 20.
But Adam with the last laugh. Maybe not.
Oh, we've had a 150.
They require 161.
What a way to trump that. 161 for the match, 60-51 ball. I gave you the big build-up.
57. Adam required 10.
Double 5 again. Oh no. Idams could sneak this. And this would be monstrous news for Crabtree and Morris. And for Rennie. This is to stay in by the smallest possible margin. Oh my.
Not there.
40.
Adam needs Desmond.
Adam, you require 4.
Twos never lose.
Famous last words. Twos don't lose. That's Rennie Idams eliminated. He joins Tingstrom and Hopkins on the trash heap here in Group C. But now it's a 3-horse race. And there's only 5 legs between Adam Mould, Tommy Morris and Cam Crabtree, all on 12 points going into the final round of play. Whatever you're doing over the next hour, do not leave us, because this is only just getting very exciting now.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Adam Mould got the better of Rene Idans in a last leg decider, 4-3 to keep his hopes very much alive. Elsewhere in that round, we saw Tommy Morris get the better of Victor Tingstrom by 4 legs to 3, and Cam Crabtree getting the better of Connor Hopkins by 4 legs to 0. So 9 of the 10 rounds of fixtures in this group have been played. This is how the table occupies itself. Crabtree on 12 points, 3 players on 12 points, but Crabtree with that big advantage as far as the legs difference is concerned, and that could be the deciding factor for him. He takes on Victor Tingstrom. He is first out to bat in the final round of fixtures, and well, the boys in the commentary box have been mentioning the Jimmy Carr quotes. Well, the victor here may well have the last laugh. Ha, ha, ha.
Tumbleweed everywhere. Yeah, the scenario Cam Crabtree finds himself in is a simple one, Nico. A win and he's through.
You can't really ask for much more.
No.
When it comes to a tight situation like this. If you were to ask the question, who would you rather be? Cam Crabtree, Adam Mould, or Tommy Morris? It's very simple, because with Cam, you've just got to win. Whereas the other two are having to rely on certain results. Now, Mould, he's in second position as it stands. He might even do enough in the next game to make sure that the last game doesn't mean anything.
Well, with Cam, it's any win. With Mould, if he wins 4-0, which has been the theme today, unfortunately, for Connor, having lost all of his previous matches by that scoreline, then he'll be through, because he would go on to plus 11 in the leg difference. And Tommy Morris, the best that he can get to is plus 10 with a 4-0 win over Rene Adams.
44.
And when they met yesterday, it was 4-3 to Tommy.
There are so many possibilities in this last round of play. It's honestly the best Group C I've seen in many a week. And we've had some good ones. But because it goes to the final round with 3 people still gunning for 2 particular spots, that's really good.
Well, we usually have one that's done and through, but no one's guaranteed
60.
a place as it stands.
Yeah, Białecki last week in Group C was through about 2 hours ago. Got to give credit to the top 3 because they all won in round 4, so they all did their job there. If they all do their job again, it does come to like difference.
50.
But if somebody slips up, if one person slips up, they're going to be gone.
Well, Jules Van Dongen didn't slip up. He got the better of Patrick
55.
Kovac, 6-2. The action gets back underway. That's 6 o'clock UK time with Gian Van Veen against James Wilson, Florin Hempel against Darren Monk, Klassen against Wade, Van der Voort against Gurney, Petretsko against Mansell, Clemens against Danny Anson,
55.
Dobie against Evans, and Bunting against De Graaf. And then perfectly timed, that final match will be over around 10 o'clock. And that's when we come back on Sporty Stuff TV for the conclusion of an equally as exciting Group B.
It will be very good. By the way, did you know that Jules is Ned Flanders' favourite dart player from The Simpsons?
I did not.
Jules Van Diddley Ding Dang Dongen.
1-0.
86.
That's a good one.
86.
That's an Ian Danta special, that one. I told him that and he couldn't speak for about 2 minutes.
Well, he's a huge Simpsons fan, isn't he?
I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, Crabtree won't be.
Tingstrom.
Well, there is a character in The Simpsons called Mrs. Crabapple.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Well, if you put the two together, it's Cam Crabapple Tree.
And Owen Binks looks a little bit like a character off of
140.
Simpsons, doesn't he? His mate. Homer's mate, isn't it?
Yeah, Homer's frenemy.
That's the one.
The late, great Frank Grimes.
140.
As much as Owen...
Or Millhouse.
No, that's Robert Marjanovic.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, the great dart player from Germany.
59.
Originally from Croatia. We call Robert Milhouse, and he doesn't like it. So we call him even more now.
59.
Whenever he wins, though, we give Robert loads of credit. We say everything's coming up Milhouse. Oh, Cam has got to respond fast. Now, if he
42.
slips up, somebody else is going to have to slip up as well for him to qualify.
Yeah, well, then the situation changes completely for
92.
Malden
45.
Morris, because the margins of their victories become irrelevant, just wins.
That's it. So the situation that Cam finds himself in here, just needing to win, could be what they need next. And I suppose when you look at Adam's game against Connor,
140.
there are no gimmies in darts, but at the minute, Adam's playing so much better than Connor. Adam's in a great position at the minute.
45.
That miss for Victor gives Cam a chance to equalise. This is a stressful situation because there are players here who desperately want Saturday night. They desperately want a weekly title. Double 12.
This is huge.
69.
Oh, dear.
Victor required 20.
Break of throw opportunity for Victor. 2-0 could quickly become 3-0 with the throw.
Game shot.
That is a big shot. 2-0 to the Swede, and Cam is under even more pressure now. But I have to say, even at the tender age of 20, he's going to have to get used to this pressure over the next few weeks because of the things he's about to go through with the Challenge Tour.
Yep, absolutely.
76.
You know that famous saying from the greatest player of all time that you can't practice doing a certain thing?
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're going through now. These situations are there to test you, to see how you react to them.
Yeah, Mike Tyson has a similar quote. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Sports psychology
57.
completed. Just like that.
Now you can tell that these two
134.
build up a bit of a friendship because Victor is fully aware of the connotations
100.
if he beats Cam here. That's why there's very little in terms of celebration, but again, it just shows the great integrity of the players here at the
64.
Super Series.
And the fabulous mathematics there from Victor. Very, very wise.
125.
Third dart just
Victor require
wasn't delivered with the same sort of technical expertise. And as a result of that, he's got himself a really awkward-looking 119.
Can he require 119?
Everybody starts on single 19 here, but he gets the treble, hoping to finish on double 13.
93. Victor require 109.
He will start on 19s as well. Has he got the bull?
69.
Wow, that was brash, but it almost paid off. Double 13 for Cam.
Game shot on the third.
It comes up trumps
Cam
on Friday the 13th. This is a very scary situation here in the final round.
It's Cam
and
to
things are getting very, very tight, at least because of that miss at tops. Cam now can get himself equalised here with a hold.
Yeah, he's dodged a bullet there. It's not quite up to Boris the bullet dodger level yet, but
59.
that's one he's avoided because fear the worst at 3-0.
$85.
Wasn't Turkish's right-hand man in Snatch called Tommy?
Yeah.
98.
Certainly got those minerals, Tommy. Very well played by Stephen Graham.
Yeah.
What an actor he is. An absolute treasure.
95.
What a film that is.
It's got so many levels.
Yeah. And it's one of those that when you watch it, as you do those type of films, you don't watch them once. You watch them
80.
again and again. Or when they're on TV, you think, oh, what? Give that another watch. You find bits that you've missed when you've watched it originally. Only Fools and Horses is similar.
There's a very
100.
famous heavyweight boxer in that movie that fights Brad Pitt at the end called Scott Welsh. He was a fabulous boxer.
58.
But maybe most famous for fighting Brad Pitt in that bare knuckle boxing match at the end of the movie. Well, this is not bare knuckle, but it's bare tungsten.
95. $100.
It's steady without being spectacular.
126.
But Victor knows a thing or two about 126 checkouts because he got one yesterday.
58. Can we require 106?
Cam had a plethora of Tum Plus outs yesterday, but earlier in his Thursday campaign. He would love one now. You can see that a few nerves can get to the legs, and sometimes with that leaning stance, he can go a little bit too far. So he just has to reset himself, and he's done a really good job of it.
66. Victor requires 68.
The 3-1, and a chance to serve it out more than once. Double top. Cam waits.
Game shot
And
the
Cam
fourth leg.
is now 2
Victor
behind.
Tingstrom.
His margin of error is very, very slim.
Fifth leg,
I
it's
don't know why
Victor
he's
to throw first.
just given me the
Game on.
daggers as Victor there. I think he gave everybody the daggers. That was the kind of look into the camera that you get from Dennis Nielsen. And when Dennis looks at you like that, you say, what do you want, Dennis?
57.
I'll give you anything you want.
I think I told you the story how I met. Remember Gorgeous George from the film, Adam Fogarty?
Gorgeous George.
The guy who originally...
60.
And they say, we've lost the fighter.
Yeah, he's not a set of car keys, is he?
Yeah. Well, I actually met him. He was doing a film with...
140.
Jones in Dublin. And they were staying at the City West.
135.
I ended up staying a week and going on the set with him and just having a bit of a party for a week. And I got to know Adam really well. Lovely fella. Because he only boxed,
100.
obviously, but he was a former rugby league star. A bit of a unit, let's put it that way.
44.
And Finney actually was
140.
not what you'd expect. Absolutely lovely fella.
Bit of a sweetheart, apparently, isn't he?
Yeah, really nice guy.
Wouldn't want to face him in the midfield.
95.
No, funny, I was watching his
Victor requires
clashes
64.
with
Oh, it's 88. It's elimination chamber time for Cam Crabtree, and he might be out of the ring.
60.
oh, what a save this would be.
Can we require 167?
Has the pressure just got to Cam in this final match of the group? I just
50.
wonder what's going to happen next.
Victor require 4.
The leg difference of Crabtree could go down
Game
even further,
shot
and
on
it
the
does.
match. Victor
So,
Tingstrom.
Cam Crabtree loses his last game in Group C and now will finish on 12 points and +8. He's very susceptible. His qualification is very much in doubt now because of that 3-leg loss in that contest. But Victor Tingstrom, the spoiler, has bitten. It's goodbye to Victor for now, but I get the feeling we might see him again at some point. Are we going to see Cam on Saturday? That's the question going into game 14 between Mould and Hopkins.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Well, here is the scenario for Adam Mould. Any win by any scoreline, and he is safely through with Jim Long through to Saturday night's final. Tommy Morris, in our final game of this Group C, is in the exact same scenario, Nico. For Cam Crabtree to progress, he needs either Mould to lose or Tommy Morris to
First man
lose.
gets Connor to throw first. Game on.
He's in real trouble, isn't he? What a group this has been for Cam. It's been so tumultuous. Bad start, great end to Thursday, great start to Friday, bad end to Friday.
41.
Well, Victor has just potentially been the spoiler for Crabtree. Maybe one of either Hopkins or Rennie Adams can do the same.
I'm going to be bold here, and I'm not trying to be a poet for Adam Mould. The
40.
evidence that we have, one of Connor not winning a leg today, Adam being very solid in winning 3 of his 4 matches, and
81.
yesterday putting in his best performance of the day in Game 5, mean that Adam should win this game comfortably.
Agreed.
100.
And don't underestimate how many people he would bring if he's here on Saturday. He's only just up the road in Aylesbury. It's not that far from here.
No, it's not.
100.
There are plenty of people here when he won earlier in the year, and he'd love to get a second weekly title of the year.
140.
Just wonder if Connor is struggling with something physically. He's keeping his elbow out there, isn't he?
140.
He's certainly feeling a twinge.
Yeah, he's not completing that throw.
No.
It's not coming out of the hand right, and he's actually following it to the right-hand side to try and deviate away from something.
84.
It's obviously painful.
Yeah, well, he has played a lot of darts, and people say it's not a physical sport. Try doing it for 5 days solid.
Require 96.
For probably 5, maybe 6 hours a day, depending on preparation time.
We get a dart at double.
80.
He has had darts at double today. albeit not a massive amount. Double 10 for Adam.
Game shot
Finds the 1-0 lead.
Adam
And the break is immediate. But Connor got 1 darter double in his first game. 4 in his next. That makes 5.
Adam to throw first.
7 in his next one. So he had 12 in total for the day. And adding to the 1 that he's had here. So 13 strikes again.
85.
We know that Connor is leaving us after this match, and everybody here at the Super Series has been very impressed with the way he's conducted
68.
himself. He's been very professional, turned up on time every day, and he's done ADC Darts proud. It's the start for him.
140.
It's nowhere near what he's going to be in the future because he's got a lot going for him, and he's definitely learned a lot about
93.
himself this week.
Yeah, it's been invaluable. Probably doesn't feel like it right now, but over the weekend when he's got time to reflect and then look back over his
58.
matches, the good ones and the poor ones, because you don't learn too much from the good ones. You learn more from looking what went
26.
wrong and why. But at the moment, it does look more like it's a physical issue.
Give him credit for winning 2
98.
games on Wednesday in Group A and 2 games yesterday. They were his shining moments. And there were quite a lot of 180s in there. Just like that.
180. Adam, you're 120.
This is Dmitry Zhukov's speciality this week.
100.
He's at more 120 finish than anybody. You'll see more of him
134.
tonight. And he hasn't won a game in Group B yet. But he's still part of it.
94. Adam, you require 20.
Double 10 for Mould once again for 2-0.
Game shot
Halfway
the second
to the
leg.
promised land.
Adam Mould.
I'm amazed at this point that Jim Long, at 5:05 on a Friday, is still the only player in Saturday. I think he's going to get some company in the next 10 minutes.
86.
Might even have a little bit of time just to cast your eye over
98.
the history of what's happened on this day in darts. We talked about the John Lowe 9 darter. That's been joined by the 9 darter of Scott Waits this afternoon in Germany.
60.
But maybe the biggest thing that has happened results-wise in darts on this day in darts history was all the way back to 2013. Stephen Bunting won the World Masters 10 years ago today.
140.
And he did so in a tournament where he did not drop a set. Try and think about that for a second. He went through the last 32, the last 16, the last 8, the semi-finals, the final.
43.
And he won the last 2 matches 13 sets to 0. Has to be the most destructive World Masters performance
100.
ever.
Yeah, it's right up there with some of Phil Taylor's bashings in finals. The one that springs to mind is the one against Scott Waits.
95.
What's that, 16-2? 16?
Yeah, that was pretty dominant.
Credit to him. He went on to win that very tournament, didn't he? Defeating Wadey after
44.
being 8-2 down in the final.
170.
I think with all due respect to Adam
58.
in this 10th game of Group C, he looks a bit weathered. He looks like he's been feeling the pressure of this group for the last few hours. I don't blame him.
31. Adam,
Connor is still searching for that first leg of the day. Well, you don't have to go 60 here, Adam. You could go elsewhere. I don't like it when people complain about a block 60 there. They've got another option.
Many.
Come on, Connor. Get yourself a leg for the day. Well done, young man.
Third leg. Connor Hopkins.
We were actually sent a picture of that
Four
old
leggeds,
Liverpool
Adam
shirt, and it is
first.
It's got to be based on that, hasn't it?
It's too close not to be. And if he's not a Liverpool fan and he supports one of their
96.
rivals and word gets back to him, he's not going to be happy.
Well, Wales does have a massive fan base for Liverpool, don't they?
58.
And United.
And where he's from, you'd expect him to maybe follow Cardiff, maybe Newport County.
Yeah, Cardiff.
41.
Depends where you're from, depends where your family support. Might be into rugby, which is very real prospect being from
81.
Wales.
Our colleague Abby, she's a massive Swansea fan, isn't she?
She's a Swan. Indeed she is. She would hate us if we got that wrong.
134.
Yeah, call her a Cardiff fan. That'll go down well.
$95.
I fear to think what you'd put in your Christmas card if you called her a Cardiff City fan. Now is not the time
41.
to be slowing down, Adam. Whatever you've got left in your reserves, use them now. You don't want to be where Cam Crabtree is right now.
85.
And the intensity in that last game, yeah, today is going to be rather incredible. Hydams has been ready to pop over the last couple of games, and Tommy Morris is...
135.
Well, you know what Tommy Morris is like. He's intense.
58.
The 3-1 then.
54.
Well, Tommy's the kind of guy that will relish that match against
Game's
Dean
on the 4
Ams's.
flag.
Adam
Adam
Mould takes a step closer to qualification, and I'm fearing the worst for Crabtree.
Connor to throw first. Game on.
Provisionally, Mould goes top in the live table.
50.
Just needs one more leg. But it doesn't have to be in this leg.
57.
It can be in any of the last 3 legs that are remaining in this contest.
$35.
What he would give for a couple of 140s here. And they've been coming earlier on. But he knows
45.
the microscope is firmly above him right now. It's not on anybody else. In fact, the darting world is watching
39.
him right now. There's no other games going live right now. And he's got a lot of followers. And there is pressure being the ADC number 1.
40.
I know that this was a stacked Group C, but having that ranking next to your name, people would have expected him to qualify.
Yeah.
140.
And of course, there's a target on your back.
You could say he's the flag bearer for the ADC. And there won't be pressure coming from
83.
them, but he will feel it though.
$30.
First big sign of exasperation from the man from Wales. Can Mould find something big? That'll do.
180.
Dart was just placed in the right-hand side.
That bulbous end dart,
133.
it just needs a bit of a push, and the dart does all the work. 76 more.
56. Gonna require
He'll
74.
probably close his eyes now and think, Owen, please don't say game shot. Double top.
34.
And he doesn't say game shot. But now he wants him to say it. This is to qualify.
And win the group.
Game
Adam
shot
Mould,
and the match.
the ADC number 1,
Adam
is going
Mould.
back to Saturday night. And that is goodbye to Connor Hopkins for now. But Adam knows that he will be back tomorrow. He didn't need his best darts in that particular contest. Game 14 belongs to him. And when it comes to Group C as well, that belongs to him as well. It's now down to Tommy Morris to see if he can join Adam in Saturday night, and he will if he beats Rene Idams.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm joined up here on the balcony by Adam Old. Adam, many, many congratulations. That was a day laced with nerves, a day laced with tension, but a day you've got through in the end. Just sum up your thoughts and feelings right now.
Yeah, I'm delighted to get through. That is the tightest group possible. Like, couldn't get any closer than that. And I was just taking game by game and trying to get as many wins as possible, and scraped over the line in just as many. So lucky me.
You say scraped over the line. There were some games early on this afternoon where you had to get through 4-3. Sometimes you had to battle your way through. And I say you had to battle your way through that, didn't you?
I did, yeah. There was a lot of crucial throws that went my way today, which is nice. Sometimes they don't go your way, but today it seems that everything went my way, and I'm glad to be through to tomorrow.
And not just through to tomorrow night, but you've won the group as well. What does that do in terms of confidence?
Yeah, no, I felt good all the last couple of days, to be fair. I've been a bit shaky when, I lost a couple of games, which, I think about yesterday in Rene's game when I busted 111, and I thought about that all night, to be honest, and then I thought that could cost me, but luckily I've been given the chance and just about scraped over the line, and I'm happy with that.
All right, how much do you like the full circle logic? Because you won the first week of the year here at the Super Series all the way back in January, and that does feel like a long time ago now. How much would you like to go full circle towards the end of the year, potentially go on and win a week here, have another crack at that Champions Week?
Sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds good. Obviously, I'm in it now to win it. So there's going to be 6 of us battling it out tomorrow. If I play my best, then I've won before, so why not again?
Would you say your game is now compared to that win back in January?
I think I'm a better player. That come as a bit of a surprise, to be fair. Like that week was unbelievable, and I never expected to win. And I think that it's getting used to that. I think people now, obviously, that put me kind of on the map, and then people have played well against me since, to be fair. I've had some tough draws here. So I'm pleased to be back to Saturday night, and we'll see how it goes.
All things considered, did you feel like you were being put a little bit under the radar this week because of the success you had here in the past?
Yeah, but maybe that was good. I like going under the radar. That's what happened when I won. So I like going under the radar. I know how good the players here. It was a great group. So going under the radar suits me. So I'm happy with that.
One issue. We're not going to let you do that any longer. We'll see you tomorrow night. Adam, many congratulations. Great to have you up here on the balcony as well. First time,
yeah, first time.
It's first time for everything, isn't it?
Thank you so
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. Right, one more game to go, and this is going to decide who's going to join Adam in terms of qualifying through to tomorrow night's final. Tommy Morris against Rene Idams. Cam Crabtree is waiting in the wings as well. Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson are down in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, and good to hear from Adam, and again, very level-headed about things. And he didn't really go under our radar. It was more about the players around him and their expectations, and we could see one of the favourites be eliminated before we even get to Saturday night in Cam Crabtree, because
Game on.
If Tommy Morris wins here, any scoreline will be enough. If he's defeated, it is Cam
100.
Crabtree who benefits because he will then go through on leg difference.
Do you remember that game yesterday
99.
where Rene was in full control of it? And I said one thing about that game yesterday that speculatively it might
92.
change things. When Tommy hit a 1-2-1 on the bullseye, he needed something to happen at that point to be 3-2 down.
35.
It just so happens that he needed every single point that he has gotten since then, including that win against Rene. That 1-2-1 really did spark him into life early.
96.
So, can he get the same result? Or will Rene get him back?
Yeah,
60.
Rene was 3-0 up and, well, cruising. It was a below par performance. We expected much from Tommy. And in the end,
99.
he did deliver.
These are the situations that you live for
125.
as a dart player
Rene
because
114.
essentially, this is a final. You win, you go through.
Yeah, it's knockout darts, isn't it?
You lose, you go back to Dorset.
58. Tommy require 82.
Double top for a solid start against the darts.
Game shot in the first
Doesn't get
leg.
much better than that.
Tommy Morris.
That is really, really clean. The difference in intensity
Second
between
against
these
Tommy to
two
throw first.
is easy to see.
125.
I just wonder how Rene is feeling right now. This is game 25 of the week. We've already seen
83.
some players who have had their 25th game. Victor Tingstrom looks like he could go again tomorrow,
60.
but he's not got the invite. As far as Connor Hopkins is concerned, I think he's played a lot of darts this week, and he has maybe paid the price physically.
180.
Is this going to go to a last leg decider, do you think, like it did yesterday?
Maybe
not.
180.
Well, that was a quick turnaround, wasn't it?
Well, Andrew Holland's been in touch. One, you'll enjoy this one. Adam Mould, if he wins the group and then the series, if he won 20 grand,
59.
where is he going on holiday?
136.
Maldives or Moldova?
60.
That's
like
quite
it.
good.
Good work.
Both are fairly nice destinations. I think I'd rather go to the Maldives, though.
Yeah.
Especially this time of year.
44. Tommy requires 76.
76 for 2-0. To turn the tables on yesterday
Game shot in the
as he gets
second
the
leg.
ideal start
Tommy
this time,
Morris.
just like Rene did yesterday. And he's not just doing it with scruffy darts. He's doing it with impeccable stuff.
Feel like it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
Only 2 people have had averages in excess of 100 this week. One from Jim Long, one from Cam Crabtree.
140.
Tommy Morris in the first 2 legs here is sailing over that mark.
100.
Do you know what this is like? And I can somewhat attest to this. It's like being put in 12th in your county team and you have to get the points.
Yeah.
100.
And I hasten to say, in a Premiership match in County Darts for Tommy,
28.
they'd probably want him in last.
And at the moment, I know it's early, but this is as well as we've seen both play so far. Rene's averaging
140.
99.25. Tommy Morris, 96.86. And he's 2 from 2 on the doubles. And he is
60.
under
Rene require 121.
the most pressure.
That puts pay to that one.
41.
Were you ever put in last at county?
Well, I've been last a couple of times, random draw, but never. I don't think I've ever been in a
100,
situation where I've had to win. I've been in a situation where I'm on say 8th or 9th, and if I win, we win the weekend.
No score.
Ouch. That stings. But he did throw that dart fast, and that has happened a bit. How much is he going to pay for it?
140.
He should be coming back.
Rene require 80.
For double 10, having missed it, not 80 again.
$40.
Tommy Morris
Tommy requires 73.
watches the cube starting to shrink. But now that's 66. Back to the centre of the hockey for the bullseye. To be within one leg of his own Saturday night invitation.
48.
Hasn't had much luck on that
Rene
bullseye,
requires
has he?
40.
No. Been a bit of his nemesis so far. Stay away from double 15, but double
Games
5
on the
is
third
found.
leg. Rene Idams.
Well, he's only playing for pride, but as you can tell, he wants this.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
Work to
Game
do as Tommy has that essential break throw.
I think the motivation here for Idams is just to leave on a high. I actually did see somebody go into the last game of a county match for Northumberland against Merseyside at the Northern Club in Ashington years ago. I played game 11 and lost to Mick Brooks.
Know him well.
60.
Mickey?
Yeah, from Liverpool.
Still plays now. It's one of the best names in Merseyside. That Mickey Brooks. But yeah, Mick beat me 3-1, and then I had the chance to win the match for Northumberland.
82.
Didn't. And then our dear old friend Ian Willis was in for Northumberland in game 12 and played Jimmy McGovern.
78.
And Ian was ice cold. Won it easily. And he is someone I genuinely miss. He's been gone for about 13 years now, has Ian?
41.
But he's never forgotten.
No. No. Fine, fine player. Yeah, Mickey Brooks was pals with the Palfreymans, wasn't he?
60.
Indeed. Couple of characters.
Still playing.
Still playing pretty well.
Yeah.
I believe the Palfreyman boys are playing ADC darts.
100.
Yes, that's right. I've seen their names pop up when I've been nosing around.
Where's that? That's in the treble one.
80.
Well, that's a good save.
39.
But advantage Rene Idams for the break here. If he can find a treble with his final dart.
44. Tommy
It's
require
handed back.
145.
This is getting very tight.
55. Rene require
5
95.
points between them in a key mid-match leg. We've either got 2-2 or 3-1, depending on this dart.
70. Tommy require 90.
And now this visit. If I were Cam Crabtree, I wouldn't watch. Double 18, that was bold, my word. Here's me looking at the 20s. How wrong was I? How good can Tommy be?
72.
Thickness of the wire
Rene
away.
require 25.
No reward for that bravery. Oh,
988. Nice and conventional.
Tommy can't believe it.
Well, this is going in.
17.
I could have sworn that was just going to go in because of that
Tommy require
fortunate treble
18.
3. Tommy is so right that he's feeling fortunate now that he's on double 2. Tension all over the place right now.
Oh, the miss was so big.
16.
It found the 14.
Rene require 8. Game shot on the
2-2
fourth
it is.
leg. Rene
That is a
Idams.
break of throw as well. We now have best of 3 legs to see who qualifies.
Fifth leg, it's Rene to throw first.
Must be a really odd situation to be in if you're Rene Idams in this game, because you can't go through, and yet you feel somewhat
180.
cruel to be the person who could eliminate the person you're playing, but that's darts.
81.
Hang about.
140.
5 perfect darts from Idams. And after the start
60.
we had from Tommy Morris in the first couple of legs, he was averaging 103.66 and was 100% on doubles. His stats have come down by 20 points.
130.
And Idams is starting to shoot for the moon, which is actually the name of a tournament in the North American darts.
It is. This is an incredible leg. Tops for an 11 darter.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Rene Idams.
One player playing under pressure, the other playing just because he is.
Game on.
Playing for playing's sake and trying to finish on 10 points in the group.
26.
But if he does, he's going to leave with his opponent. And Rennie is absolutely relentless at the minute. He hasn't had spells like this all week. It's amazing what dart players can do when the pressure is relieved. But if you use that word relieved, the only person who will use it is Cam Crabtree if Rennie gets one more leg.
$100.
Every time Tommy looks up, he sees Rennie in the lipstick. And every single time he hits it, it hurts. And because he doesn't get to a finish, that means Rennie's got 2 visits to eliminate the gun.
$105.
Well, he's left double 19. He's already hit it today. And if he hits it again,
140.
Tommy Morris is gone.
38.
He did his job. He left tops.
No score.
This one could
Tommy
go to the last
require
leg now.
40.
Got to give Tommy credit. He put the pressure on. Can he hit this?
Game shot in the 6th
He couldn't have had a better guide or two.
Tommy Morris.
1 leg shootout to see if the gun goes through or whether the
7th
cube
final leg, it's Rene to throw first.
eliminates
Game
him.
on.
And the palpable tension here is like nothing I have felt in quite a while.
41.
We're feeling it from the practice room where people are watching right now. Idams has had 3 darts to send Crabtree through to Saturday. Does he get any more? Or is his race run?
59. $40.
It must be horrible to see somebody on a double like double 19, which has missed 3 times,
43.
knowing that one of them goes in and you're through. Crabtree can do nothing but hope.
$30.
And this is not about quality, this leg. This is about somebody getting to a double and getting enough chances to get through.
100.
Back in front by half a dart. For how long?
$59.
He rescues the situation with a great treble 19. That could have been an awful lot worse.
100.
But this time his approach from this sort of range must get to a finish. It does.
140.
It's a brilliant shot.
Running require 158.
Ironically, Idams could leave double 19 from this shot, but he's not going to.
44.
That did not go
Tommy
well.
Requan, 92.
Morris has not had any match darts yet. Is he getting one in this visit? There's your answer.
56.
Idams,
Rennie Requan,
114.
114.
This shot is for him to win, and for Crabtree to also win in his situation. He was determined to leave double 19 for the match
43.
again. It doesn't work out, and Morris has got double 18. Now he
Tommy
has
Requan,
control.
36.
Can he use it?
Game shot out the match. Tommy Morris.
I think you know that Tommy Morris is through now. He knows the situation, and he will go to Saturday night, and at the expense of Cam Crabtree, who misses out by being third in the table. That defeat to Victor Tingstrom in Game 13 was catastrophic for his chances of getting an elusive weekly title. But Rennie Idams, who missed 3 darts at double 19 to beat Tommy Morris, he rues his chance, and he says goodbye to the Super Series for now. But the story of that game is that Tommy Morris wins by 4 legs to 3 and goes through.
Right, I'm off to get a hearing test because the decibel level just went up a little bit in here. Tommy Morris through, but you have to say, by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, that reaction was absolute relief, wasn't it? He dodged some bullets there. 3 match darts for Rene, which would have eliminated Tommy, of course, and put Cam Crabtree through. But as it is Tommy that joins Adam. It was a wonderful group with a fabulous ending, and just what we like. The players don't like it, but we love it.
It's all the drama, Mace. We love it. Right, let's have a look at the results then from this afternoon's session. 15 games. Basically, the tide turned with every single round.
Yes, and we ended up with that incredible scenario where the final 3 matches involved the top 3 and the bottom 3, and they all could affect the outcome, and the players that ultimately progressed through to tomorrow night's final and join Jim Long.
Well, let's sum up then the story of the day, because it really did twist and turn throughout the whole course of it. Well, Adam Mould is the group victor. He tops the pile in the end. And, well, this is the 150 against Rennie Idams. And when it came to the big moments, Adam, in the end, managed to find the answers, didn't he?
Yeah, and he was in a spot of bother here because Rennie, against the throw, was sat waiting on 60 to take a 2-1 lead. And, you know, there's certain moments, pressure points in matches, and that was a particular one there where he wanted the 150 and took it out beautifully.
Indeed he did. Right, this is him winning that game. It was the 4 threes that did it for him in the end.
Yeah, he was the one that just, like you say, found something in deciding legs of matches, and again in this match, that 150, now we see how far the match went into a deciding leg, how key that shot was.
Indeed it was. And then elsewhere, well, Cam Crabtree, we thought at the halfway point, had the group possibly in his hands, but I don't know what happened at the end there, but the wheels potentially fell off a little bit.
Yeah, it was the match against Victor, wasn't it? He just completely lost his way in that match. It was a real below-par performance. We're seeing the end of it here. That theme there with him on a big out pretty much summed up how it felt throughout the match. He was just a throw behind in pretty much every leg in the game, and ultimately this one poor performance has cost him dear.
And considering the year that he's had, it's a big shock for him not to make it through to tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he'd played a lot of darts coming into this. I mean, we've seen some fabulous spells from a 105 average, which still remains the highest average of the week. And when that went in, and that backed up a brilliant performance prior to it, where we've seen 3 consecutive ton-plus finishes in a match that he was in a world of trouble and just reeled off legs in 15 and 12. But yeah, to not see him go through is a massive shock. He was 6-4 favourite to win the group and one of the favourites to win the week.
Indeed he was, and that opened up the door for Adam Mould, and he made his way through. This was how he did it against Connor Hopkins in the next game. 4-1 victory. He did the job he needed to do.
Yeah, ultimately, you know, myself and Paul fancied him to get it done. It had been a disastrous day for Connor Hopkins, and obviously, and by the looks of it, carrying a bit of an injury. So, yeah, we never really feared for Adam. But I mean, what an achievement for him. He was certainly not thought of as one of the ones to go on and win the group, but he's done just that.
And he's going to be bringing the Aylesbury Massive down with him tomorrow. Right, this is how the table finalises itself in Group C. Adam Mulder, Tommy Morris all going through. Cam Crabtree, the player missing out. Victor Tingstrom and Rene Idams on 8 points. Connor Hopkins on 4. So those are the final standings there.
They better be quick with their tickets because Tommy will sell a few. He's local. He'll have a few with him for tomorrow night.
I wonder if Scott Mitchell will make his way down.
He might do, actually, yeah. Never know.
Never know. Might do a guest com stint.
Yeah, could do. Give me a game off. I'm all for that.
Day off, amazing. Right, let's have a look and see the tournament bracket as we head into the evening session. So we now know half of the field for tomorrow night. Jim Long, the group winner. Adam Mould, Tommy Morris through from Group C. But the question mark is who's going to come through from Group B? Jim McEwen is in pole position, just the one victory tonight to send himself in.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from Jared Cole the other week, didn't we? He won all 4 on the opening night, didn't win a game on the Friday night, but still found his way through. So yeah, Jim McEwen all but safe. It's all down to Lukasiak and Reed, really, isn't it? Who's gonna join him? 3 from 5 go through, and that's potentially another exciting ending to a group.
Can it almost be a case of when you're on 8 points, you can almost feel too comfortable? And if it don't go right from the onset, we saw it with Jared a couple of weeks ago, where panic stations almost go from one extreme to the other. Yeah,
I've been in the same situation here. You know you need that one game, and you sort of think, all right, it'll come, and then you lose a second game, and you think, oh, no, don't. And ultimately, eventually, that win comes. The problem for Jared was he's very much a confidence player, as majority of players are. And by not winning a game on that Friday, he carried that over into the Saturday. So Jim's cut from a slightly different cloth, of course, vastly experienced. He'll treat tonight exactly like he treated last night.
It finished okay for you that week, didn't it?
Yeah, it was all right, wasn't it?
It was all right. Year anniversary next week. We've not mentioned it 100 times yet.
No, I've not.
No, but...
Today.
Next week might be a different story. Well, we'll see you in a couple of hours.
We will.
Right, we'll see you in a couple of hours as well as Group B culminates, and we'll know the full field for tomorrow night's final. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, the mould is still around, and, well, the gun is firing all cylinders.
After 12, we used to seeing him either leaving a double or a 2-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Shot on the second leg. Luke
That is what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. Hotel around the corner. Doors open at 6:30.
Game shot on the first leg. Luke Littler.
I don't know what it is about that finish. I just love it. Observe this young man, hoping their own offspring get somewhere near what he's achieving. $81 left. He's going to give us 3 balls. Oh, nearly did a Steve
125. Luca 110.
He did go ball.
Game shot in the match.
He went ball. Fortunately, found a small 18, which left 32.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot on the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117. Check out an average of 109.31.
Your winner for week 10, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Luke, you require 132.
Now Littler wants a couple of bullseyes.
He may come away. No, he stayed there and he's found a way. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot on
what
the
a checkout
third
that
leg.
is.
Luke Littler.
Wasn't sure there was room for another. How wrong was I? How right was he? Match already. Another one in there. Leaves. Double 16.
Game
wow.
shot on the sixth
Well, the
leg.
1-3-2
Luke Littler.
was exceptional. And that 1-4-6 can be put in the same bracket. But even I can work that one out. Makes 75%.
180.
This has got to be right up there with the match we've seen a little earlier. Luke was involved in that one. It was against Justin Hood that time, and he
140.
He lost.
He still needed 2 enormous finishes to even get to this position.
141.
It's exceptional. It's absolutely exceptional. He could win it by breaking the throw with a 10-darter.
Spectacular.
135. Luke, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that,
and the match,
ladies
Luke Littler.
and gentlemen, is what all the fuss is about.
You're playing with a lot of freedom. It's this man under the pressure.
Game shot on the
and
fourth
he
leg.
responds.
Luke Littler.
And that's a third consecutive ton plus out.
121.
Well, we're waiting for a pivotal moment in this match. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. The 16-year-old leads 3-1 and is making a powerful start at shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
You know, and that tells me that both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 bull. Bull. And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throwman. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11, bullseye. 100% he's doing
63.
He's hit his last 4 darts at the bull. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh,
rubbish.
What's all the hype about?
91.
To finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14.
And
Luke
the Super Series champion.
The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!
It's 27.
See if this goes first. I like that.
Game shot on the second leg. Luke Littler.
Maturity from Luke Littler, the 1-2-7 in game.
Yourself, it's more the team around you that can keep you in the best possible way. Oh, this is absolutely excellent. Double 10 for
Game shot on the
1-3-4
third leg.
to put Luke Littler
Littler.
2-1 in front. And just when the game needed a little bit of a spark, Luke has dropped a nuke.
Luke Littler 170.
For sure.
Another. Leaves the bullseye. Oh,
Game
it's
shot on the
absolutely
sixth
marvellous
leg.
from Luke Littler.
Luke Littler.
But almost expected.
No.
There we go. That's why he gets the big bucks.
180.
You take each game as they come, but there is such a huge gap in terms of their
120.
numbers just this evening. Never mind
Luke, you're
going over
147.
historical stats. But the flip of the coin may be that he feels like he's under no pressure because there's no expectation.
What about now?
Game shot in the first leg.
Thus
Luke
allowing him.
Littler. 180.
He'll stay there.
170.
Series champion. Seals his spot at
shot
finals
and the
night once
match.
again.
Luke
Luke Littler
Littler.
needed one victory and he's got it. 19s for starters. Nails it. And now the bull
Game
nails
shot
it.
in the fourth
3-1.
leg.
Luke Littler does
Luke
get his
Littler.
little moment of glory.
Probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135.
He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
180.
This is sensational from Luke Littler.
140. Look,
Barton's
require
come back with the
45.
140, but with this 45... Oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing, amazing final
Super
win
Series champion
from Luke Littler. 4-0 win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your Week 8 champion, Luke Littler.
If you look at his record in qualifying for Champions Week, it's rather impressive.
180.
And the only person I can think of who reminds me of Steve West is Josh Payne last year, who had this ridiculous record of qualifying for Saturday
99.
night every time he
Luke,
came
you
here.
require
Yeah,
82.
Matt Clark, another one.
Game shot in the
Just a
second leg, Luke Littler.
Casual little 11 dart hole.
Luke, you require 111.
Bull. 11.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to
That's
throw
vintage
first.
Luke
Game
Littler.
on.
He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first man Saturday checkout of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
Second leg, it's
That
Luke
means
to throw
that Littler
first.
goes through
Game on.
with Colin Osborne, and Robinson now, all he can do is smile because he might be on the end of a real shellacking here. The mood that Littler's
I've got to
in.
remember, all the players watch this. They'll be fully aware of, oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game shot.
He is bringing these fans to their feet. They've both got 100% on doubles in this match so far. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final.
Gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures, and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches.
180.
Conor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit.
140.
But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie record 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12.
He's only going to do it again! He really is the man!
He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2!
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180.
Luke was 80% on the doubles, hit 3 180s and had 107.55 average.
100.
And it also included that very near, incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
it doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this
57.
week?
Steve, you're calling 141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's promised
Steve
it all week,
West.
and he's the first person not called Conor Heenan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw
Absolutely
first.
liking everything about him today. And Daryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Daryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Daryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18.
It's
the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Daryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.